How did we become painted with just one ever moving forward? We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand, they on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique, yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
College of Fine Arts at the University of Montevallo, an altogether uncommon experience.
He said to me, child, I'm afraid for your soul. He said that these things right can't be controlled. This beast that you're after will eat you alive and spit out your bones.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy. That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know. Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
Getaway Blues. Getaway Blues. Getaway Blues. Getaway Blues.
College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
Ghetto with blues. Ghetto with blues.
How did we become painted with just one brush? Time's forever moving forward. We can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution, but an attitude. Other schools don't understand. They on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in that sea of sameness when we perfectly unique. Yeah, we looking blameless. So get up out your seats, get louder, louder. We chose Montevallo and we couldn't be prouder.
10:30 this morning. It was packed.
Town of Montevallo last night about 4 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Jamming.
Yeah.
You know, they had college night, they had softball, they had high school basketball. There was like people.
Yeah.
That main street
I was
jammed.
driving through today, and it was like everywhere you go.
Student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated on grounds for removal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Trustmark Arena for today's contest between the visiting Columbus State University Cougars and your University of Montevallo Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to please join us as we honor the United States of America with the playing of our national anthem.
Arena. I'm Wyatt Hall. Today, the Montevallo Falcons host the Columbus State Cougars here on Senior Day. Two seniors on this Montevallo team, Morgan Smith and Jasmine Stubblefield, they will both be starters today. The rest of the starters for the Falcons, junior guard Demaya Foster, junior transfer forward Alba Perez, and then sophomore forward Ashley Dunstan will join the two seniors. Starters for the Cougars, senior guard Gabby Williams is out there with senior guard Kiera Gillespie. Senior guard Brittany Tatum is out there as well, and then arguably the best front guard in the Peach Belt Conference, Ashley Azoza and Jasmine Herndon, a freshman from Columbus, Georgia, will round out the starters for the Cougars today. Columbus State comes in 21-1 on the season, 15-1 in the Peach Belt Conference, and Montevallo is 5-18 this season, only 2-14 in the conference. Montevallo has yet to put back-to-back wins together this season, and is currently on a 1-game losing streak after dropping a home match against Georgia College on Wednesday. Columbus State has 12 wins in a row, their last loss coming on January 7th at USC Aiken. The two seniors for this Montevallo Falcons team are the leaders. Jasmine Stubblefield, the senior point guard, has recorded 2 triple-doubles this season and was 1 assist shy of tying the all-time single-game assist record for Montevallo. Montevallo is head coached by Gary Van Atta, and Columbus State is headed up by Anita Howard. Both of these coaches are in their first years at the program. Coach Van Atta, however, is in his second tenure, is already in the Hall of Fame as the winningest coach all time for Montevallo women's basketball. And we'll get set for the tip-off here. Dunston taps it over. Columbus State the other way, and a quick bucket is down for the Cougars. It was number 14, Brittany Tatum. The press is heavy early for the Cougars. Montevallo breaks it. Perez over to Dunston. Can't handle it in a early turnover. Turnovers have been something that have plagued Montevallo all season long, averaging about 17 turnovers per game. Drive left side. Travel called against Gabby Williams, a senior from Mobile. Both teams even in turnovers. Columbus State averages 17.5 as well. Morgan Smith tosses it the other way, nearly taken away, but Dunston able to corral it, and Jasmine Stubblefield will set up the Falcons' offense. Morgan Smith over to Foster. Driving left side, kicks it out to Perez, bounced off of Perez's hands, so Columbus State will take possession. So already 3 turnovers here, and we haven't even played a minute. A lot of active hands in the passing lanes for both teams. Azusa inside. Tries to get it to Hendon. Can't. Turnover again. Stubblefield brings it across half court. Looking. Morgan Smith, great cut. Can't catch it. So again, another turnover. So Montevallo unable to catch passes so far today. Gillespie brings it forward. Drive. Blocked by Perez, and Stubblefield takes it over and will spin around and cross the midcourt. Hands off to Foster. Loves to drive left side. Finds Dunston. Kick back out to Foster. Looking for a teammate. Finds Perez inside. Beautiful move over Azusa. And Montevallo is on the board. Tie game at 2 here, as Gillespie brings it across half court for the Cougars. Driving left side, she'll take it herself and draw the foul. So an and one opportunity coming up for Kiera Gillespie. She averages 4 points a game for the Cougars this season. And that one is good, so the old-fashioned three-point play is good. Smith trying to inbound, finds Stubblefield. Back to Smith. She'll bring it across. Foster over to Perez. Tries to get the layup to go in, but rebound to Dunston. Kick back out to Smith, and Stubblefield will reset. Inside to Dunston. Beautiful bounce pass, but Dunston can't finish and get the assist for Stubblefield. Jump shot quickly the other way, and almost going to be an and one opportunity, but Gabby Williams will go to the line and shoot 2 after being fouled by Alba Perez, her first foul of the day. Foul trouble will be something to watch for Montevallo is their bench is not very deep at all. Injuries have plagued the Falcons all season. No Haven Albright in the starting lineup. So off the bench, you have to look at Ashley Tyus, the freshman from Las Vegas. And the second free throw is good after missing the first. Smith inbounds to Stubblefield. Again, the press is on. Stubblefield guarded by Gillespie. Poked away. Stubblefield regains possession. Foster trapped. Finds Stubblefield. 14 on the shot clock. Driving, tried to kick it to Dunstan. Foster, left hand. Bounce off the rim. Rebound to Dunstan, and she throws up a wild shot. And she'll go to the line for an and-one opportunity of her own. Ashley Dunstan making a play. And Coach Vannatta is going to call all of the Falcons back so Columbus State cannot run in transition. Gillespie brings it forward. Williams finding Azusa, somehow comes up with it but can't score the bucket. And they'll reset. This is Tatum inside to Williams. Jump shot over Foster, misses right side. Azusa the rebound, and an up and under. Great finish for the 6-foot senior out of Dothan. Stubblefield across to Smith. Over to Stubblefield. Poked away again, another steal for this Cougars defense. And Demaya Foster makes a hustle play, shows the speed, and knocks it out of Tatum's hands. Great recovery for Foster on that play. Cougars will inbound baseline. Over to Azusa. Nice 8-footer. Quick points for Columbus State. 10-5 the lead now for the Cougars. Stubblefield spins. Looking for a teammate. Finds Foster. She'll try the jump shot from about 12. Can't get it to go. Rebound to Gillespie. It's quickly Williams, spin move, jump shot off the backboard and good. Columbus State showing their speed here early on, being able to run the floor and get points out of it off turnovers. Stubblefield, spin move, Perez. Back to Stubblefield. She'll try the jumper from just inside the free throw line and gets it to go. 5-point game. Azusa up top, swings it. This is Tatum driving. Kicks out to Gillespie. She'll kick back out to Azusa, who will try the three. Misses front of the rim, but she gets her own rebound and can't get the up and under to go. But, of course, her teammate, Jasmine Herndon, is there for the rebound and the second chance bucket. 14-7 now. Columbus State doubling Montevallo's score. Morgan Smith driving. Gets it taken away from her in mid-stride, and quickly the Cougars the other way. Great pass from Tatum. Floater, no good. Rebound to Morgan Smith. Took it right out of Tatum's hands. Closing in on 6 minutes played here. Montevallo finds himself down 7. Smith inside to Perez, driving right side, will toss up an awkward jumper, trying to get the foul call, but no whistle from the referee. As the ball goes out of bounds, that'll bring us a media timeout here. Montevallo finds himself down 7 with 4:24 to go, and early on we're seeing what Columbus State has done all season, and that is force enormous amounts of turnovers and turn them into points. Again, only one loss for this Columbus State team this season, and that was a 78-67 loss against USC Aiken back on January 7th. It was a Columbus State victory when these teams played earlier this season in Columbus, Georgia. Columbus State walked away with the 103-61 victory over the Falcons. Maybe we won't have that today, but Columbus State is a very dominant team and is led by Ashley Azusa and Alexis Carter. We haven't seen Carter today, but Azusa is averaging 14 points on the season and 9 rebounds, and we're seeing her getting active very early here tonight. 4 points early on for Azusa to go along with 2 rebounds. For Montevallo, Ashley Dunston has 3, and then Perez and Stubblefield both with 2. Morgan Smith hasn't even been able to take a shot yet, the leading scorer for Montevallo, averaging 13 a game. And out of the media timeout, here's Columbus State. Some substitutions for them. Number 2, Tatiana Wayne has checked in. And as Azusa tries to save that one, it goes out of bounds. Tatiana Wayne and Ebony Williams are coming into the game now for the Cougars. No changes for the Falcons. Stubblefield gets it across to Foster. Inside to Perez, jump shot, awkward but good to go. 14-9, just tossing it up very quickly over the Cougar defender. Azusa, and she traveled there, just took one too many steps. And Montevallo will get the ball back. So 9 turnovers in the game so far, combined 5 for Montevallo and 3 for Columbus State. And tough defense being played by Wayne against Stubblefield. She's able to break it and has an open look to the rim. Can't get it to go. Rebound Azusa. Advances it up the floor, and Morgan Smith comes flying in with the block. Morgan Smith says, "This is my senior day. I'm going to shine," and denies the bucket. And they're going to not call the foul and give Columbus State the ball on the baseline. Morgan Smith had the block against Ebony Williams. Coach Howard upset with the no foul call, and the officials are going to meet together and discuss this. They're going to reset the shot clock here to 24 seconds. And inbound to Wayne, back to Gillespie. And to Azusa, gets knocked away, but she regains it and turns it into 2 points. 18-9 the score now. Excuse me, 16-9. Stubblefield jumper doesn't even hit the rim. Rebound to Columbus State, and they're outrunning once again. This time, Ebony Williams gets the layup to go. 18-9 now. Stubblefield over to Smith. Driving, throws it up, can't get it to go. And they're going to call the offensive foul against Smith. It was Jasmine Herndon in there taking the charge. Gillespie to bring it across. Swings it to Wayne. Herndon pops out. She finds her. Back to Williams. Gillespie over to Azusa. Driving left side against Dunston. Step back jumper. Air ball. And the rebound to Perez, but a foul called. Against the Cougars. 2 substitutions for the Falcons. Tori Farr has come in, as well as Ashley Tyus, and Perez and Smith will take a break. Coach has talked high praise of Ashley Tyus, the freshman from Las Vegas. She will surely be the leader of this team next year, as Jasmine Stubblefield will be graduating. And a foul called against the Cougars, being a little too aggressive against Stubblefield. Tyus hands it to Foster, going left side. She's got a window, but gets fouled, and she'll go to the line for 2 shots. First attempt at the line today for Foster coming up. And that first one is good for Foster. 18-8, or to 10 now the score. And Morgan Smith will come back in and give Stubblefield a break. A substitution for the Cougars, Narshonda Malone, senior from Gary, Indiana, has come in. And we also see number 20, Asia Vetter, come in as well. Montevallo the other way. Tyus being guarded by Vetter, finds Smith, over to Foster, swings it to Tyus, back to Smith. Kick out. Foster trying to find Dunstan, but just passes it right into the hands of Herndon. Vetter over to Williams. Kicks out. 3 ball. No good. Herndon, offensive rebound, uses her body and gets it to go in. Impressive showing from the freshman out of Columbus, Georgia. Far, driving, can't get it to go. And she'll go to the line after Ashley Azusa was called with the blocking foul. Four team fouls for the Cougars now, 3 for Montevallo. Farr's first free throw misses left. Stubblefield has come back in for Montevallo, and Brittany Wood will come in as well. For the Cougars, Erin Morrow, a junior from Johns Creek, Georgia, has come in, and she'll give Azusa a break. Farr's second attempt rims out, rebound to Herndon. Vetter will take it the other way. Being guarded closely by Tyus. Gets around her, pick set from Morrow. The jump shot, no good by Malone. Rebound to Stubblefield, nearly taken away. Stubblefield working against Williams. 16 on the shot clock, 30 on the game. Stubblefield driving, throws up a jumper with 2 Cougars interface. Rebound to Morrow, 20 on the game clock here in the first quarter. Shot clock turned off. Vetter over to Morrow, swings it to Malone. 10 seconds. Morrow will try 3, blocked by Morgan Smith. An emphatic block from Smith. And the Cougars will have 6 seconds to inbound this one before the first quarter ends. Inbound to Morrow, guarded by Smith. She kicks over to Malone, driving, lofts it up, blocked by Tori Farr, and that will do it for the first quarter. So a strong defensive showing for the Falcons to close this one out. However, the Columbus State Cougars lead 20-11 after 1. We'll be right back with the second period here in Trustmark Arena. Hello and welcome back into Senior Day here in Trustmark Arena at the University of Montevallo. The Montevallo Falcons hosting the Columbus State Cougars here at Senior Day. Two seniors for Montevallo, Jasmine Stubblefield and Morgan Smith. And we've seen two emphatic blocks from Morgan Smith early on that have helped out Montevallo's defense here. However, she has not been able to get any points on the board. Leading all scorers is Ashley Azusa with 6 for Columbus State. This is Gabby Williams. Over to Tatum. Driving, left side, kick out to Williams. 10 on the shot clock. In the corner to Gillespie. She'll pass it cross court to Azusa, who will drive and throw up an awkward shot and get the foul. I believe it's going to be called against Ashley Dunstan. And it is. So Azusa will go to the line for the second time today. Missed free throw on an and one opportunity earlier. Will have a chance to make up for it here and gets it to go. So and one is good, 23-11, first double-digit lead of the game. Smith brings it across half court. Foster out to Stubblefield. Stubblefield driving, left side, pick set from Dunstan. Looking for Dunstan. Finds Smith instead, who will fire a three. Off the back iron, no good. Rebound to Azusa. Tatum over to Gillespie, swings it to Azusa, and then to Williams. Azusa driving, up and under, no good. Rebound to Alba Perez. Stubblefield brings it across half court. Over to Dunstan, who gets fouled. And the personal foul is going to be called against number 22, Christian Carter, sophomore from Austell, Georgia, making her first appearance in the game today. This is the second trip to the line for Dunstan. She made one free throw earlier and gets this second one to go. Chance to cut it to 10 here. And it is good. Montevallo down 13-23 here against the 21-1 Cougars. Williams looking inside for someone, can't find him, kicks back out. 3 ball, rimmed out from Tatum, a rebound to Perez. Neither team has been able to make a three-pointer today. 0 of 4 are the Cougars. Montevallo has only attempted one, and it was Morgan Smith's just a second ago. And a blocking foul called against Kiera Gillespie. And Foster will inbound. Finds Stubblefield. Looking for someone, hands it off to Smith. Foster trying to get her open on the left side. Finds Perez, guarded heavily by Azusa. Baseline J from Dunstan, no good. Rebound to Gillespie. Tatum runs over Stubblefield, but her feet were not set, and I believe they're going to call her with the blocking foul here. And that's the first personal foul against Stubblefield today. And she was not shooting, so the Cougars will just inbound under the goal here. And it goes to Williams. Back to Gillespie. Inside to Azusa, who fires it over Dunstan. Rebound. Goes to Carter, and a foul is called against Alba Perez. And so far today, Columbus State dominating offensive rebounding with 10 offensive rebounds today. And they only have 16 total, so getting more on the offensive end than on the defensive end. However, Montevallo only 2 offensive rebounds. Nice pass from Stubblefield to a cutting Ashley Dunstan. Gets the easy bucket, 10-point game here. Tatum the other way. No good. Dunstan the rebound. And Carter quickly jumped on it for the jump ball. Montevallo gets the possession. Tyus is checked in, and Perez will take a break after picking up her second foul. And some substitutions for the Cougars. Number 35, Ariel Johnson has come in. Stubblefield. Handoff, Tyus. Heavily guarded by Gabby Williams. Spins out of it, finds Foster. Over to Dunstan. Working against Herndon. Tosses up. The wild shot, rebound to the Cougars. Stubblefield steals it in transition, but bobbles it a little bit. Finds Foster, up and over, misses the whole goal. Rebound to number 35, Ariel Johnson, and the Cougars go quickly back the other way. Great pass there from the whole team. Gabby Williams, great bounce pass to Gillespie, who quickly found Azosa for the baseline J. 27-15 now is the lead for the Cougars. Tyus goes left, pulls out, finds Stubblefield. Pick set from Dunstan. Gillespie gets around it. Dunstan will fire from 3 and gets it to go. Cutting it to a single-digit lead. The Cougars quickly the other way. Williams over to Johnson, back to Gillespie. Cougars getting their offense set. It's Azusa in the high post. Gives it to Johnson, who will try 3 of her own, and she gets it to go. 30-18, the lead for the Cougars. They answer Dunstan's 3 with one of their own. It's the first made 3 for the Cougars today, and Dunstan's was the first one made for Montevallo today. Stubblefield over to Foster. Dunstan coming up for the screen, sets it. Beautiful move from Foster, able to split 3 defenders and get the bucket with the left hand. A 10-point game now. Gillespie tried to be fancy with the pass, and it results in a turnover. Stubblefield driving. Bounce pass over to Smith in the corner for 3. No good. But Azosa tapped it out of Dunstan's hands, and it seemed like clearly Montevallo would keep possession, and the refs signaled it would be the Cougars' ball, but then got it correct. And we're going to have a media timeout here with 4:37 remaining here in the first half. Montevallo only down 10 points here to the Cougars, who are looking for their 13th win in a row this season. So far, Montevallo is beating Columbus State in the second quarter, outscoring them 9-7. Maybe Montevallo can go on a run of their own and take the lead or tie it up. I want to remind you the men will play after this game. Columbus State took the victory on the road over the Montevallo men earlier this season, and the Falcons looking to win another game and get sole possession of the Western Division and be the #1 seed in the Peach Belt Conference Tournament. teams break their huddles here, and we'll get set for the inbound. Montevallo will have possession after it was tapped out of bounds from Azosa. Both teams even in turnovers with 7 today. However, rebounds are way in favor of the Cougars. 21 total rebounds for Columbus State, 10 for Montevallo. And Columbus State has 10 offensive rebounds alone to Montevallo's 10 total rebounds.
She shot from the corner, and the girl kicked it out of bounds. So it should have been a reset. It should be like a 28.
So Coach Fanata trying to figure out the shot clock situation here, because the shot clock is at 19, but the ball was tapped out of bounds after a shot was missed. Coach Fanata arguing the shot clock should be at about 28 seconds instead of 19. So they're going to reset it to 30. Good job by the officials to communicate with each other and get this right. Brittany Wood has checked in for Montevallo, and she will inbound. Tyus finds Wood. Goes left. Gillespie pulls out on her and kicks out to Stubblefield. Driving left side. Turns around. Finds Dunston. Back to Tyus. Screen set. Dunston 5 on the shot clock. Drives and gets it to go. And will go to the line for an and one opportunity. Ashley Dunston going strong to the hoop. 30-22 now, the lead in favor of the Cougars, but Montevallo 11-7 outscoring the Cougars here in the second quarter. Now 12-7. 7-point game. Here's Williams. Over to Gillespie. Back to Morrow. And to Johnson. Inside to Azosa. Fires it. Can't get it to go. Rebound to Wood, but she almost loses possession. But a foul will be called against the Cougars, and it's Gabby Williams guilty of the whistle. 4th team foul for Columbus State. And one more would put Montevallo, or put Columbus State in the double bonus. Stubblefield brings it across. Tries to find Dunston, but was guarded by 2 Cougars, and it gets tipped out of bounds by Dunston and will go in favor of Columbus State. Azosa inbounds Gillespie. .335 remaining here in the first half. Williams. Gillespie fires at the free throw line and gets the jumper to go. 9-point lead now for the Cougars. Stubblefield being guarded by Ebony Williams. Goes right side, turns back left, finds Dunston in the post position. And they're going to call her with the travel as she was trying to make a move down low. So another turnover from Montevallo. That's 8 on the day.
And number 12, Morgan Smith.
Morgan Smith will come back in, and so will Demaya Foster, giving Tori Farr and Ashley Dunston a breather. Gillespie. On to Azusa inside, but is poked away from Smith. Cougars regain possession. Again, Smith pokes it away, playing very tough defense against Azusa. But Gillespie able to split the defense and get the layup over Smith. 34-23. Smith over to Foster. Driving, kick out to cutting Dunston, who gets the bucket to go. Ashley Dunston's got 7 points here tonight, and a 3 from Morrow is good. 36-25, 11-point lead. Stubblefield And they're going to call the reach in against number 32, Ebony Williams. It's the first personal foul on her, but that's the 5th, so that'll send Stubblefield to the line to shoot 2. A chance to cut it to single digits. That one misses left. Substitution for the Cougars now. Herndon will come back in, who has 5 rebounds tonight, 3 of them being offensive. Stubblefield gets the second one to go, 10-point game. Gillespie over to Morrow. Herndon brings it back out, finds Gillespie again. Back to Morrow. Bounce pass to Herndon, working against Stubblefield. Loses the ball, and Stubblefield comes up with it and will bring it the other way. Timeout to Coach Vernata. 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining here in the first half of this senior day matchup between the Montevallo Falcons and the Columbus State Cougars. 36-26 is the score in favor of Columbus State, once again trying to get their 13th consecutive victory. Montevallo coming off a loss to Georgia College, trying to put a win together here today and then maybe get another win to close out the season. Have yet to get back-to-back victories so far this season. Maybe they can start that today. Coming out of the timeout, Demaya Foster will inbound at midcourt. Foster over to Smith. Back to Foster. Driving right side. Finds Wood. Over to Foster. Dunston will fire for 3. Misses left side. Herndon comes up with the rebound. That's her 6th today. Gillespie inside to Azusa very quickly. Nice move around Dunston. It's really tough to defend there. Great move from Ashley Azusa. 38-26 the lead for the Cougars as we approach the 1 minute mark. Bounce pass to Dunston, working against Herndon. Gets the turnaround hook to go. 10-point game. Azusa over to Morrow. Tries to go inside to Herndon and does, but a great defensive effort from Foster, and then Herndon gets the offensive rebound but can't make anything of it. Smith comes up with the steal, and Montevallo goes the other way. Stubblefield. About a 14-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock here. Stubblefield driving left, tosses it up. Can't get it to go, looking for the foul, but no call. Gillespie quickly the other way, 15 on the clock. And a foul called against Stubblefield. And that will be Stubblefield's second personal foul of today. Substitution for the Cougars. Christian Carter will come in and give Herndon a breather. Morrow inbound to Gillespie. 10 on the game clock. Driving left side. Throws up. Can't get it to go. Rebound to Dunston, and Foster has no time on the clock, but gets up a shot. It's no good. First half out of the way. Montevallo finds himself down 28-38 against the very talented Columbus State Cougars, a women's basketball team. We will have 20 more minutes of basketball coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. Montevallo hanging with the Cougars here. 38-28 the score. We'll be right back here in Trustmark Arena with the second half just in about 15 minutes or so.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have made it to the next round of the free throw shooting contest for the 40-inch plasma screen TV, please come down to the court.
Do y'all have an extra one of these I can have?
take that one.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Could not slow down. I won't stop now. This is my town. Take the block, make it hot now. 145, drop down. I see chain with the watch now. Old piece full of rocks now. Niggas quit when they watch now. Level it up to the top now. I'm on a new level. 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 Why we need each other?
Again, if you are a final participant for the 40-inch plasma screen TV, please come down to the court. Our first contestant, Hunter Shavari. You only get one shot. Take your time. She's clutch. Next up, April Lee. Oh. Thank you so much for playing. Next up, DeAndrenice Watts.
4 at 1 and 5. 10 at 1 and 7. 14
Oh.
2 at 5.
Contest is getting slimmer and
5 at 1
slimmer.
and 2.
Next up, Robin White.
32 at 1 and 2. 35 at 1 and 5 at 1.
So far, only Hunter Shavari has made the shot.
12 at a foul. 23 at 2 and 4. 24 at 1 foul. 17.
So none of us ever gonna broke now. I'ma bring it to the wall, swim. I cannot bring it up now. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level.
Next up, Jason Genry. The pressure must be hitting heavy. I don't know what's going on here. Drayden Foster.
Depends on who all we got. He may have to help him with promotion instead of doing this.
Can Brianni Dixon please come down to the court? Here.
But he's doing college time.
Adam Petway. Adam Petway. Michaela Harrison. Lauren Duckworth. Marissa Sosa. Walter Price. Me, Jordan Strong. You know, I really did think I was going to win, but I guess not. It's what it is. Leonard Brown. Leonard Brown. Anthony Porter. Echo Jones. Bailey Hurton. Will Mitchell. Brianna Bryant. cannot believe this. Hunter might be unchallenged for this TV. Emmanuel Higgins. Azaria Jackson. Lacey Sheldon. Dee Dee Woody. Darius Woody. Valerie Visaggio. Katie Keith. Cole Young. Is that it? Is that it? Your winner of the Plasma Screen TV, Hunter Shabari. Oh, we have a challenger. We have a challenger. Men's basketball coach, Danny Young. But sadly, Danny Young is not allowed to do that. So again, your winner, Hunter Shabari. The University of Montevallo would like to thank its corporate partners, Booster Digital, Full Moon Barbecue, Cannibal Sweets in Alabama, Trustmark Bank, Holiday Inn Express in Pelham, Coca-Cola, Shelby County, Huddle House, University Inn and Suites, Bob's Butterworth with State Farm Insurance, BSN Sports, Piggly Wiggly, Steak and Shake, College Cable, Lee Mac, Pizza Hut, Main Street Tavern, Jack's, Renaissance Bank, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama. Thank you for supporting the Falcons.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank our special guest today, the Calera Baptist Upward Group from Calera. Thank you for coming out and supporting the Falcons today.
We even play that. We have to mute it so much. The song. I said, why would we even play it if we have to bleep out so much? It was just like 2 seconds of silence.
You would think somebody, if they wanted that song, they would make an edited version of it.
Yeah.
Not like it's that difficult.
Hello and welcome back into Trustmark Arena. Around 45 seconds till we get the second half underway here at the University of Montevallo. The Montevallo Falcons taking on the Columbus State Cougars here, a rivalry game here on Senior Day. Columbus State currently leads 38-28. Columbus State outscored Montevallo 20-11 in the first period and then 18-17 in the second period. Ashley Azoza is the leading scorer for Columbus State with 13, but Ashley Dunstan leading Montevallo and the game with 17 points so far. 6 of 10 shooting for Dunstan, and she's 1 of 2 from beyond the arc and perfect from the free throw line. Columbus State out-rebounding Montevallo 24-13 here and 11-4 on offensive rebounds. Gabby Williams will inbound. It's Williams, Gillespie, Wayne, Herndon, and Azoza on the floor to start the second half for the Cougars. And for Montevallo, Stubblefield, Foster, Dunstan, Smith, and Perez are out there. A quick three is nailed by Wayne. 41-28 the lead. Smith over to Perez. She'll shoot the baseline J and get it to go. 41-30. Montevallo has been hanging with Columbus State fairly well here in the first half. Had the 103-61 loss on the road in Columbus earlier this season. And a beautiful pass inside from Gabby Williams to Herndon, who turns it into 2 points. Perez tries to go around Herndon, but dribbles out of bounds. Turnover for Montevallo. That's the 10th on the day. Herndon misses that one. Perez the rebound. Finds Stubblefield, Smith, and a 2-on-1 situation. Over to Dunstan, who gets it to go. That's 19 today for Ashley Dunstan. Wayne looking for a teammate, finds Gillespie. Back to Wayne. Goes inside to Herndon. Size advantage against Perez. Kick out. Williams loses the ball. She drives. Gets it back. Gillespie with 10 on the shot clock. Inside to Zoza. Turns up. A crazy shot, but gets the offensive rebound and kicks it out to Gillespie with a fresh shot clock. Coach Anita Helms calling out the offense. Zoza out to Gillespie, 15 on the shot clock. Wayne, 3-ball again, this time short right side. Another offensive rebound to Ashley Zoza, and another fresh shot clock for the Cougars. Montevallo getting out-rebounded here today, 27-14. Columbus State will inbound on the baseline with 15 on the shot clock. Williams finds Gillespie. Throws up a wild shot. Stubblefield comes down with the rebound and will go the other way. Stubblefield bounce pass inside. Herndon steals it away. Columbus State the other way. Gillespie inside to Azusa very quickly, and the jumper is good. Ashley Azusa has 17 now. 45-32, Columbus State still leading here. Montevallo has hung with the Cougars so far. Perez, another baseline J. Not good this time. And another rebound to the Cougars. Herndon inside. Turns on Perez, and the foul is going to be called against Stubblefield. And that'll send Herndon to the line, her first trip to the line today. On the season, she's a 60% free throw shooter. Gets the first one to go. Tyus will come in for Stubblefield. And Herndon's second attempt as good as well. 47-32. Columbus State adds on to their lead. Some substitutions. Number 22, Christian Carter has come in, as well as number 32, Ebony Williams. Tyus guarded heavily by Wayne. Gets it across half court, calling for Smith. She doesn't come help. Tyus driving, kick out to Dunston. A great dribble drive and pass from Ashley Tyus. And Dunston's got 21 today. And 21 of our 34 points. Ashley Dunston really dominating the offense. And an over-the-back called against Ashley Azosa, and Montevallo will gain possession here. Again, Morgan Smith yet to score today, but I guess that's okay when Ashley Dunston's got 21. See if Smith can get on the scoring board here. No, she cannot. Rebound to Ebony Williams. Gillespie the other way. Inside to Azosa. Turnaround. No good. Foul called against Dunston. And that's Dunston's second personal foul today. This will be the second trip to the line today for Azosa. Gets that one to go. 48-34. And the second one is good as well. 100% from the line today is she. 49-34 the lead. Ashley Tyus brings it across half court. Over to Foster. Goes left side. Finds a lane, but can't get the bucket to go. Another rebound to the Cougars. Wayne will try a three. No good. Offensive rebound again. It's Ebony Williams this time. Gillespie inside to Azosa. Kick out. Williams. Back to Gillespie. Guarded heavily by Tyus. She backs off. Inside to Azosa. Working against Perez. Driving. Throws up the shot. In and out. No call on the contact there between Azosa and Perez. Here's Foster driving, kick out. Tyus shows 3, but drives instead. No good. Another rebound for the Cougars. It's Gillespie this time. Running the floor. Wayne gets blocked by Morgan Smith. Morgan Smith hustling back on defense today, making some gigantic plays as she does there. And with that dead ball, we will have a media time out here in the third period as Columbus State has really added on to their lead here. 49-34, the Cougars lead, but Ashley Dunston has 21 points here today, leading all scorers, and Montevallo only has 34 points, so Dunston doing majority of the scoring for the Falcons today. She's a sophomore, and earlier this season she started out kind of slow and started coming off the bench, and then with injuries and various other things that happened to this Montevallo team, Coach Venata decided to insert Dunston into the starting lineup, and since we've seen her as a starter, she's had several 20-point games, just like we're seeing here tonight, and has really improved her game. And like I said, she's a sophomore, so she will be back here next year at Montevallo for Coach Venata's second year. And looking forward to the future, Montevallo only loses 2 seniors on this team, Jasmine Stubblefield and Morgan Smith. With 2 recruits by Coach Venata, Kaya Sane and Jamaica Maureen were out for this year with injuries. So with those 2 guards coming back in, and then the returners and Foster, Perez, and Dunston that start, this should be a very good Montevallo team next year. Coming out of the media timeout here, Columbus State will inbound. And Montevallo was confused that Columbus State was inbounding and had their players on the other end of the floor. So an easy bucket is conceded by the Falcons, 51-34. Tyus hasn't crossed midcourt yet, but gets it across to Smith, who drives, throws it up, hits the rim. Vetter, the rebound, and she goes the other way. Azusa lays it in, the quick transition points for the Cougars, 53-34. Columbus State starting to pull ahead significantly on the Falcons, 1 point shy of a 20-point lead. Foul on number 32, Ebony Williams. And Montevallo will inbound baseline. Smith into Perez, great pass. And Perez gets it to go, 53-36. And some updated scoring totals, 21 for Ashley Dunston, then 6 points for Alba Perez. It's 27 of 36 here today. So Perez and Dunston really carrying the scoring load for this Montevallo team. And we're going to have to re-inbound here as the officials say the shot clock needs to be set at 26. And Wayne will come out and Brittany Tatum will come in for the Cougars. And Tyus brings it across midcourt. Over to Foster, driving left side, gives it to Perez. Finds Dunston inside, working against Azusa. Somehow gets a shot up and gets it to go. Ashley Dunston playing out of her mind today. 23 points for her. And a travel called against number 4, Gabby Williams, and Montevallo will take the possession. 53-38. Tyus brings it across. Handoff Smith. Finds Foster. Shows left, but somehow, after throwing the ball away, gets it back and splits the defense and gets the bucket and the foul. So Demaya Foster will go to the line for the and one opportunity.
That was the personal foul number 20, Asia Vetter. That's her first personal.
6 points for Demaya Foster today. Only 4 players have scored for Montevallo. Morgan Smith, the only starter that has not scored, and no points off the bench for the Falcons today. Cougars the other way. Vetter inside to Herndon. Good defense from Montevallo in the low post. And the layup misses from Tatum, gets her own rebound, and a foul against Morgan Smith. Again, offensive rebounds, huge for the Cougars. 16 offensive rebounds today for them. 33 total rebounds to Montevallo's 17 total rebounds. And number 44 for the Cougars, Kennedy Montgomery, a freshman from Woodstock, Georgia, has checked into the game. Coach Howard playing almost all of her team so far today. Several different Cougars have checked in. 54-40, 14-point lead. Smith driving, throws up the off-balance layup, but gets the foul and will go to the line for 2 shots, a chance to get her first points of the day. And Coach Fernata will pull his team back to avoid any transition points from the Cougars. Substitution for the Cougars after Smith makes the first free throw. Herndon will come out. Number 25, a newcomer to the game today, Tuxiano Wilson will come in. All but 2 players on the Columbus State roster have played so far today. Smith missed the second free throw, 54-41, the lead for Columbus State. The 3 ball is good from Tatum. They're going to call it a 2, so 56-41, but on the inbound, number 44, Kennedy Montgomery gets a steal and the bucket, so now it's 58-41. Foster gets it knocked away, but somehow Foster was able to throw it back into the hands of Gabby Williams, who was stepping on the baseline. What athleticism there from Foster to make up from her mistake. So shot clock is going to be at 25 seconds here. Officials getting that sorted out. And Foster will inbound. 1:45 left here in the third period. Stubblefield. Hands off Smith. Over to Foster. Gets it taken away by Tatum. But dribbles it off her foot. No kickball called, though. Tatum sets up the Cougar offense. And a foul will be called against Demaya Foster. That's the second on Foster today.
That was the personal foul number 5, Demaya Foster. That's her second.
4 starters have 2 fouls today for Montevallo, and then Stubblefield has 3. So foul trouble may be something to watch as we approach the fourth quarter. Morgan Smith and Perez will take a break here. Tori Farr and Brittany Wood will come in for them. Tatum to inbound at the baseline. Over to Gabby Williams. Finds Montgomery, who will shoot the 3 and misses on the left side, but another offensive rebound for the Cougars. Jump shot, no good. Azusa, the offensive rebound, and gets the bucket to go, and will have the and one opportunity. That is the 12th second chance point today for the Cougars. 3 of 3 from the line tonight is Azusa. And now 4 of 4, completing the and one. 20-point lead now for the Cougars, the largest of the game. Stubblefield guarded heavily by Tatum, trying to find a Falcon. Finds Foster, who's going to drive with a lot of speed. Can't get the layup to go far, can't come down with the rebound. It's Azusa. And she loses the ball but regains it. Finds Tatum, drives left side, and a block from Tori Farr. Foster to Dunston, who gets the layup to go, and that's 25 for Ashley Dunston, getting a quick transition bucket. 61-43, 18-point lead for the Cougars. 6 on the clock. 3 ball, no good. Rebound to Wood, and that will do it for the third period. Montevallo finds himself down 61-43 here against their rival Columbus State here on Senior Day. And Ashley Dunston is having a day of her own. 25 points for her so far. The seniors, Jasmine Stubblefield and Morgan Smith, not really getting involved in the scoring. Only 3 points from Stubblefield and only 1 point from Morgan Smith. The lowest totals for them two so far this year. Maybe something starts to click for them in the fourth quarter, and we could see a comeback here in Trustmark Arena. However, everybody of Columbus State is getting involved here and playing well. Only 2 players have not checked into the game for Columbus State, one including Alexis Carter, who is the leading rebounder and leading scorer of this team. 22 points for Ashley Azosa, 25 for Dunston, leading all scorers. And Perez has 8. So 33 points between Perez and Dunston here today. Only 10 points coming from other players. That's impressive between those two. Still no bench points from Montevallo. That's something that we've talked about all season long, is Montevallo needs someone to step off the bench. And it's difficult because Dunston started out playing off the bench and would provide some scoring, but had to be inserted into the starting lineup. Tamaya Foster was on the bench, provided some scoring, had to be inserted into the starting lineup, so not a lot of depth for Coach Fernandez Falcons. And we get set here for the fourth period. On the floor for Columbus State is Wayne, Gabby Williams, Brittany Tatum, Gillespie, and Azusa. For Montevallo, it's Brittany Wood, Jasmine Stubblefield, Ashley Tyus, Alba Perez, and Tori Farr. Tyus working against Wayne. Over to Wood. Handoff to Stubblefield. Shows drive, spins around, back to the basket. The J, no good. Tori Farr can't get the rebound. And Brittany Tatum takes it the other way. Ashley Tyus sticks her hands up, and Perez hauls in the steal. Tyus driving a little too much on that one, and rebound to Gillespie. 61-43, the lead here for the Cougars. Azusa driving, up and under, too short, but another offensive rebound. And this time, it's Gabby Williams. 20 offensive rebounds for Columbus State. Montevallo has 20 total rebounds. Gillespie to inbound with 8 on the shot clock. Over to Azusa, who will try a 3. No good. Stubblefield and Tyus come up with the rebound. Wood the other way. Over to Stubblefield. Handoff Tyus. Wayne switches on her. Handoff to Wood. Back to Tyus, who looked like she was going to try a 3, but decides to go inside to Perez, who's called with the travel. And Gillespie will inbound. 8:33 remaining here in this senior day matchup. 61-43. No one has scored here in the fourth quarter so far. Wayne tries to go inside to Zoza. Still credit to Alba Perez, and Foster and Dunston will get set to check in. Wood working. Bounce pass inside to Perez. Good idea, but execution wasn't there. Rebound to Farr, but foul against Torrey Farr. And that will send Gillespie to the line. Actually, it's an on the floor foul, so the Cougars will inbound. Ashley Dunston and Foster have checked in. Tatum, jumper no good. Fighting for the ball, but Perez comes up with it, and Stubblefield will go the other way, but has Gabby Williams and Brittany Tatum all over her. Tyus for three, no good. And it will go off the hands of Azoza. And it will be Montevallo basketball as Morgan Smith comes back in for Jasmine Stubblefield. Foster driving, left-handed layup is good. Jemiah Foster showcases her speed there and gets 2 points, 61-45. Gillespie guarded by Ashley Tyus. Over to Wayne. Back to Gabby Williams, to Tatum, who tries a long three. No good. Rebound to Smith. Gets it poked away, but gets it back. Dunston over to Foster. Foster can't find anyone. Loose ball. Columbus State jumps on it, and I believe it will be Montevallo basketball. And it will be, so Perez will inbound here. And the lowest point total that Columbus State has scored all season is 63 in a win against Francis Marion. They should surpass that today. Sitting at 61 right now. Foster, layup no good. And they're going to call a foul against Gillespie. It's a little too physical against Alba Perez, fighting for the rebound. And so Montevallo will get extra possession and inbound here at the baseline. Smith thought about the three, drove instead, can't get the bucket to go. So still no field goals made for the seniors so far today. And that three is no good from Morrow. Tyus the other way, over to Smith. Hands off to Foster. 6:19 on the game clock. Inside to Dunston, working against Azoza. Gets fouled. And she'll go to the line to shoot two. Dunston is perfect from the line today. And not anymore. 4 of 5 today from the line. We'll have one more shot here. Gets this one to go, so 26 today for Ashley Dunston. And Coach Fernata is going to call the timeout here.
Becomes a full. First call timeout in the second half.
So 61-46, Columbus State still leading here. And the score has been tied only one time and no lead changes here. As we see some replays of earlier, Morgan Smith absolutely swatting another ball away. And then Montevallo in transition, Dunston with the lay-in coming from the assist by Foster. And then not too long ago, Foster driving to the hoop and getting the bucket to go. And Dunston again, part of her 26-point outing she's had today. And then Dunston getting the block against Azosa. It has been incredible to watch these two go at it against each other today. Azosa with 22 points, Dunston with 26, and they have been guarding each other on defense. Great matchup, these two outstanding players, the senior Azosa and the sophomore Foster, or Dunston. Rebounding update for the Cougars, 21 offensive rebounds, 45 total. Out-rebounding Montevallo by nearly 20 rebounds. And that one's poked away from Azosa by Smith, but they're going to give Columbus State the possession. And Azosa started walking the other end of the floor, thinking that surely it went off of her. However, the officials say it went off of Morgan Smith. Morrow over to Gillespie. 3 on the shot clock. And it's going to be a shot clock violation. I don't think the Cougars realized how much time was left. 5:42 in the game. 61-46. And the Cougars have not scored here in the fourth quarter. So coming up about 4.5 minutes without scoring for Columbus State. Dunston driving, gets the bucket to go over Herndon. 61-48 here. 5-0 run here in the fourth quarter for Montevallo. Herndon inside. Gets fouled by Smith. That's the third on Smith today. 3 Falcons with 3 fouls. Dunston and Stubblefield had 3 as well with Smith. Herndon's 2 of 2 from the line today. And now it's 3 of 3. First points of the fourth quarter for the Cougars. And the second attempt is good as well. So an impressive outing today from the freshman, Jasmine Herndon. 10 total points and 7 rebounds. Stubblefield looking for Dunston, kicks back out to Foster. She drives left, breaks through the defense, can't get the bucket to go, and another rebound to Ashley Azosa, but it dribbles off of her, out of bounds, and Montevallo will get the possession back. Great job by Alba Perez to stay down there and harass Azosa after the rebound, forcing the turnover, and that will give us the media timeout with 4:43 remaining here in the fourth period. And in the game, Montevallo down 48-63, but so far have outscored the Cougars here in the fourth quarter 5-2. When we come out of the timeout, Montevallo will inbound baseline. And for Ashley Azosa, 14 rebounds on the day for her to go along with 22 total points, playing well above her average, only averaging 14 points on the season and 9 rebounds. Outstanding day for Azosa. And once again, no Alexis Carter in the lineup for the Cougars today. Their leading scorer and rebounder. And it seems as if it's no problem for this team and Coach Anita Helms in her first year, as several Cougars have been involved in the game and in the scoring. Only 2 players in double digits for Columbus State, Herndon and Azoza. 30 points coming in the paint for Columbus State. That's nearly half of their point total. Montevallo has scored 30 in the paint, also way above half of their point total. Rebound to Azoza, missed shot from Morgan Smith, has yet to make a field goal today. Vetter has checked into the game now. Steal from Perez, but they're going to give her the foul, and a light contact from Perez against Azoza, but they're going to give her the reach in, and that's 3 fouls for Perez. So Montevallo with a short bench is going to have to play the rest of this game with 4 of their starters with 3 fouls. Again, no bench scoring for Montevallo so far. Wayne driving, can't get it to go. Rebound falls out of Perez's hands. Dunston gets it, and then Herndon sits on the ball. And they're going to call a jump ball. And Stubblefield a little shaken up. It seems to be okay. And the Cougars will inbound with 24 on the shot clock. Wayne for 3, gets it to go, 66-48. Or just a 2-pointer there, foot on the line, 65-48. And a trap in the midcourt. Somehow Stubblefield able to get it to Dunston. 3 ball. Misses left side, rebound to Azoza. She has 14. Kick out, Vetter, long 2, no good. Rebound to Smith. Stubblefield, guarded by Wayne. Inside to Smith, 3. Cougars on her, can't get it to go. Just rips in and out. A very unlucky day for Morgan Smith. 0 of 6 from the field. Vetter goes left. No good on the shot. A jump ball is called. But they're going to... They signaled a jump ball, but now they're going to give the personal foul to Alba Perez, which is her 4th now, and the Cougars will inbound. Confusing on that sequence from the officials. Azoza. Spin around, gets Dunston in the air and gets the bucket. A beautiful move from Azoza, scoring against her counterpart, Ashley Dunston. Stubblefield. Over to Smith. Inside to Perez. Finds a cutting Dunston, but too long on the pass. Foul called, however, against Ashley Azoza. And Montevallo will inbound baseline. That is the 4th personal foul on Azoza. Foster goes up, but it's off of Montevallo and will be Columbus State basketball. Montevallo has turned the ball over 16 times today. Columbus State has turned it over 14. So only a 2 turnover difference between the 2 teams. Wayne gives it to Tatum. Gets the bucket to go. And 17 points off turnovers today for the Cougars. 11 for Montevallo as Demaya Foster gets a layup to go in, 69-50. 19-point lead for the Cougars. 2:01 remaining in this game as Coach Fanatta calls a timeout here. He has 2 remaining. Montevallo shooting 40% from the field today. The Cougars shooting 38% and have shot 65 field goals to Montevallo's 47. So these offensive rebounds are really what is helping lift the Cougars above Montevallo here. Have 16 second chance points. Take those away, it's a 3-point ball game here. Cougars very dominant on the glass. Tatum over to Williams, and the Cougars break the fast break. Or break the press, excuse me. Tatum inside to number 22, Christian Carter, wide open for the easy bucket. And now it's a 21-point lead. Tyus over to Foster. Driving left side. Can't get it to go, but a foul is called. I believe it's against Christian Carter, number 22. And it is, and so Damiah Foster will go to the line.
Yeah, he's last. Yeah, he's the very last one.
And for Christian Carter, that's the second personal foul for her today. Foster's got 8 points from Montevallo. Misses that free throw. Substitution for the Cougars. Ebony Williams comes out, and Ariel Johnson comes in. Foster's second free throw is good. 20-point lead.
Number 24, Ashley Dunstan.
Azosa to inbound. Gets it to Tatum, who has to go off her foot and out of bounds. And again, the pressure of Montevallo forces a turnover. 16 turnovers for each team so far tonight. Both teams average about 17 per game. Perez to inbound. And it taken away by Christian Carter, but she loses it, and Dunstan gets it back. Jump ball will be in favor of Montevallo. With 1:21 remaining, Montevallo down 20 here. And not enough time for a comeback, but it would be nice to see Morgan Smith get some points on the board from the field, as she has yet to hit a field goal here today. And here she is. She gets it to go here on senior night. Morgan Smith gets a bucket in her last home game here as a Falcon. 71-53, the Cougars are leading. And Coach Fanatta is not one to waste any timeouts, so he will always use his timeouts no matter how much time is left or the score of the game. And we see him use his last timeout here. Coach Helms of the Cougars still has 3 timeouts remaining. Once again, we want to remind you the men will be playing right after this. And a busy day in sports for Montevallo. The Montevallo women's lacrosse team got a victory earlier this morning against Oklahoma Baptist, 10-9, in their first home game of the season, the second year in the program. And Montevallo baseball is underway right now. Had a walk-off win against Trezecca Nazarene last night. And then the Montevallo softball team, who was in action yesterday, had a 9-1 victory over Tuskegee. So a busy weekend in Montevallo sports. And another inbound goes off of the Cougars, and Montevallo gets the possession back. So now 17 turnovers for Columbus State, 16 for Montevallo. And really take away the offensive rebounding, and Montevallo is right here in this game, but nonetheless, that is why Columbus State is 21-1. They can rebound very, very well. Stubblefield over to Smith. To Foster. Screen set from Dunstan. Foster goes left side, throws it up, short, rebound to Tatum. And we're under a minute here in the game. Gillespie. And Coach Venata telling his team not to foul here. 15 on the shot clock. Tatum over to Gillespie. Back to Carter. Gabby Williams driving, gets fouled. And that is Alba Perez. And with that, she has fouled out. So that'll do it for Alba Perez today. And we'll see Erica Hall check in, the young freshman. She has played a few minutes here this season for Montevallo. Gabby Williams' free throw is good, and we're going to see Tyus and Wood come in. And Coach Venata will bring out the seniors as they get a standing ovation by their coaches and by the crowd here. Two fantastic careers, and Morgan Smith, an interesting story, started out by playing at Wallace State Community College, then decided to not play basketball anymore and go attend the University of Alabama as a student, and then was eventually talked into coming here to Montevallo and decided to play basketball again, and jumped in the second semester of last year's season and immediately became a huge impact and the leading scorer on this team. And in Stubblefield, we saw Gav 2 triple-doubles this season, really emerge as an outstanding and elite point guard for Montevallo basketball. And with 12 seconds on the clock, we'll see Demaya Foster just dribble the time out. 72-53 the score. And if you're Coach Venata, you can't be too upset about the way that Montevallo played here today, only allowing 72 points coming from Columbus State. And that'll do it for this senior day matchup between Columbus State and Montevallo. The Cougars walk away with the win, 72-53, and get their 13th win in a row. Montevallo, however, drops their second loss in a row. Coming up in just a few minutes, the Montevallo men will take on the Columbus State men, and we'll sit down and talk with Coach Gary Venata here in just a few minutes about this game. Cougars get the win, 72-53. I guess so.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Senior Day here at the University of Montevallo, as we honor one senior cheerleader, 2 women's basketball seniors, and 5 men's basketball seniors.
And please direct your attention to the PA announcer as we're going to announce seniors on the cheerleading squad, as well as the 2 women's basketball seniors and 5 of the men's seniors. And after that, we'll sit down and talk with Coach Venata.
Scholar on the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll following her junior year. Holly is a native of Clear, Alabama, and is escorted today by her father, Donnie Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, Holly Brown. Gentlemen, we welcome our women's basketball seniors, starting with number 2, Jasmine Stubblefield. Jasmine is a 2-year starter for the Falcons after joining Montevallo for her junior and senior season. Throughout her career, she has played in 49 games for the Falcons. She has accumulated 267 points, 221 rebounds, and 211 assists during her time at Montevallo. She has averaged 5.4 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 4.3 assists per game during her career. This season, Jasmine is one of only 3 players nationally to record a triple-double. In consecutive games against Georgia Southwestern and Flagler College, Jasmine recorded double figures in points, rebounds, and assists. Jasmine has also been an excellent student in the classroom and was named a Presidential Scholar on the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll and also a Brown Scholar on the Presidential Honor Roll during her junior season. She came to Montevallo from O'Fallon, Illinois, and is escorted today by her sister, Elise Shumpert. Ladies and gentlemen, Jasmine Stubblefield. Our final women's basketball senior being honored is number 12, Morgan Smith. Morgan joined the Falcons midway through the 2015-16 season and played in 18 games last year. Throughout her career at Montevallo, she has played in 41 games while wearing the purple and gold. She has accumulated 456 points, 286 rebounds, and 71 assists during her time at Montevallo. Morgan has averaged 11.1 points, 7 rebounds, and 1.7 assists during her career. This season, Morgan leads the team in almost every statistical category. The leading point scorer for the Falcons, Morgan scored a career-high 30 points against Lemoyne Owen College. Following her junior season, Morgan was named a Bronze Scholar on the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll. Morgan is from Coleman, Alabama, and is escorted today by her father, David Smith, her mother, Leslie Holland, and her brother, Nick Holland. Ladies and gentlemen, Morgan Smith.
Starts this way, Coach. You go from right to left.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our men's basketball seniors. We begin with number 1, Logan Kelly. Logan is a 2-year member of the Montevallo men's basketball program. He has played in 32 contests for the Falcons, scoring 81 career points, grabbing 38 career rebounds, and dishing out 18 career assists. Logan has averaged 2.5 points and 1.2 rebounds during his career. He scored a career-high 12 points against Tuskegee earlier this season. Logan was named a Presidential Scholar on the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll following his junior season. Logan is a native of Mountainside, New Jersey, and is escorted today by Montevallo men's basketball coaches Denny Young and Nathan Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, Logan Kelly. Our next senior being honored is number 2, Taz Marbury. Taz is a 3-year member of the University of Montevallo men's basketball program. He has played in 37 contests for the Falcons, scoring 93 career points, grabbing 59 rebounds, and dishing out 37 assists. Taz has averaged 2.5 points and 1.6 rebounds during his career. He scored a career-high 19 points against Flagler earlier this season. Taz was named a Presidential Scholar on the Peach Belt Conference Presidential Honor Roll following his junior season. Taz is a native of Sylacauga, Alabama, and is escorted today by his parents, James and Kayshawn Marbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Taz Marbury. Our next senior being honored today is number 4, Taylon Whitaker. Taylon is a 2-year member of the University of Montevallo men's basketball program. He has played in 51 contests for the Falcons, scoring 372 career points and grabbing 273 career rebounds. He has averaged 7.2 points and 5.3 rebounds during his career. Taylon scored a career-high 23 points against Young Harris earlier this season. Taylon is a native of Denver, Colorado, and is escorted today by his girlfriend, Malin Wallman. Ladies and gentlemen, Taylon Whitaker. Our next senior being honored today is number 10, Kevin Kelly. Kevin is a 2-year member of the University of Montevallo men's basketball program. He has played in 52 contests for the Falcons, scoring 477 career points, grabbing 157 rebounds, and dishing out 134 assists. Kevin has averaged 9.1 points, 3 rebounds, and 2.6 assists during his career. He scored a career-high 22 points against USC Aiken earlier this season. Kevin is a native of Houston, Texas, and is escorted today by Annie Brown and his teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Kelly. Our final senior being honored today is number 15, Javante Douglas. Javante is a 2-year member of the University of Montevallo men's basketball program. He has played in 18 contests for the Falcons this season, scoring 428 points and grabbing 210 rebounds during his senior year. Javante is averaging 23.8 points and 11.6 rebounds during his senior season, which ranks him in the top 10 nationally in NCAA Division II in both scoring and rebounding. He is also leading the Peach Belt Conference with his 50% shooting from beyond the arc this year. Javante scored a career-high 34 points against Lane earlier this season. He has been named the Peach Belt Conference Player of the Week, an unprecedented 3 times this season, and has also been named to the watch list for the Bevo Francis Award, which is handed out at the end of the year to the top small college basketball player in the nation. Javante is a native of Charlotte, North Carolina, and is escorted today by his daughter, Harmony Darcel, his father, Tony Douglas, his mother, Tina Patrick, grandmother, Ruthie Patrick, aunt, Emma Patrick, brother, Devontae Douglas, sister-in-law, Kimberly Douglas, niece, Ania Douglas, and family member, Alicia Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, Javante Douglas. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our senior cheerleaders, women's basketball, and men's basketball players one last round of applause for their commitment as University of Montevallo student athletes.
We'll talk to Gary real quick. What? We'll talk to Gary real quick. Okay. When he gets over here.
Now back to regularly scheduled program. Okay, are we good on the boat?
What's the founder do?
What's that?
We need to do a
Minutes, yeah.
Where did Gary go?
No idea.
He said he was coming over here.
Another one by any chance?
Yeah, I'll print one. 53. I'll print that one out.
Awesome. Thank you. That'll be great.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
Hey, Jay Sean, their warm-up music's on that computer. Yeah, just making sure you got it.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
okay.
Good. Let's go.
Oh.
How about that? How about that? Yo.
Give it up for your Montevallo Falcons!
Catch me out.
All right. Attendance.
Catch me out. Catch me out. Catch me out.
All right, so here's going to be your final box. Followed by your Second half box, sorry. And we'll do the third period plays.
What I just said. Pick me up. Pick me up.
Division II.
And number 20, Marcus Dixon. Columbus State is coached by Robert Moore with assistant coach Persian Williams.
Welcome to Trustmark Arena. I'm Alex Tejada alongside Wyatt Hall. Montevallo prepares to take on Columbus State in a huge matchup in a clash of two teams atop the West Division of the Peach Belt standings. It's been a wonderful week on campus with college night and lacrosse and baseball victories already today, but everything focuses now on Trustmark Arena and senior night for the men's basketball team. Which seniors are you looking to make a big impact today?
Well, naturally, we're going to look to Javante Douglas, the leading scorer in the Peach Belt and the leading three-point shooter in the Peach Belt as well. The only player in Division II basketball, top 10 in the country in rebounds and top 10 in scoring as well. But there's another guy that kind of flies under the radar for this Falcons team, Taylon Whitaker. I feel like he's going to be huge tonight. Had a career night Monday against Young Harris, scoring 23. And we've seen defenses all around the Peach Belt key in on Javante Douglas all season and sort of limit his game, and it's really opened the window for Taylon Whitaker. And Monday night we saw him finally finish around the rim like we've wanted to see all season. He added in 7 Wednesday against Georgia College. So I hope to see a good game from Whitaker. If the Columbus State decides not to double team Javante Douglas, then we may see some more possessions to score for Douglas open up. But if not, you got to look to Taylon Whitaker to pick up the slack on offense.
It was interesting that you mentioned that because last time out, Javante Douglas had come back and scored 22 points, had a great game, but Montevallo lost 90-76. Not too many points for Taylon Whitaker, and it seemed like all of Montevallo's offense was very limited to what Javante did.
You've got to have scoring for other guys, and this Montevallo team is very talented. Probably one of the most talented I've seen since I've been here. Jamar Taylor can step up and score relentlessly. So can Kevin Kelly. So can Taz Marbury. He can shoot 4 from 4 from beyond the arc, which I saw him do earlier this season. Taylon Whitaker can put up 20-point games. So can Douglas. So there's a lot of scoring between these 5 starters. So we should see something spectacular. I think a key, too, is going to be Tony Bagdas. Can he stay on the floor in the game? We've seen him get into foul trouble, into turnover trouble, and come off and have to sit out. If he stays on and facilitates, we should see a good game from start to finish tonight.
Well, it'll be a very big game for Kelly and Bagdas. They're playing a Columbus State team that in the last game against Montevallo only committed 6 turnovers and are second in the conference in assist to turnover ratio. This team does not turn the ball over, and a lot of that is because of junior ball handler Ja'Cory Payne. He also leads this team with 18.3 points per game. He's certainly a man to look out with. As that man, Arbin Kamaj, who blocks Taylon Whitaker's attempt for the first bucket of the game.
And Kamaj has nice height to match up with Javonte Douglas down low.
And tip won't go. Joel had the attempted shot. Joel is the second leading scorer on this Cougar lineup with 13.7 points per game. He's almost the Jamar Taylor of the Cougars, if you will. Kevin.
And Jamar Taylor has something that not a lot of players have, and that's extreme athleticism. We've seen him very emphatically throw some dunks down at the rim as Kevin Kelly knocks down a three.
Yeah, you mentioned Kevin Kelly has to have a big day scoring. We've seen him have some 20-point games recently.
Kevin Kelly has been huge for Montevallo this season. In some interviews we've done with him this season, he talked about in the offseason he worked on shooting. He wanted to get his point numbers up, and he has done that this season here as a senior, really adding some extra depth to the starting lineup.
As Kamaj attempts his three, he's off the mark. He's 44.1% from three-point range and is shooting 53.6 from the floor, which are very similar numbers to Javonte Douglas.
And Jamar Taylor got a piece of that second chance opportunity down low by Columbus State.
Fantastic move inside by Jamar Taylor. You just don't stop him.
And that's one thing Montevallo loves to do, attack the rim. All of these guys can drive with force. Tony Bagdis, we've seen him do it several times, and then Jamar Taylor shows it there. Then we've seen Javonte Douglas with the finesse and the Euro step do the same thing. So Montevallo will attack you just like we saw there.
Early timeout by seventh-year coach Robert Moore as the Falcons find themselves up 5-0 early on. This Montevallo team is the 10th scoring offense, but is the second scoring defense. Is this a little bit of a change for Montevallo teams?
Normally we haven't seen their defense be as good as there has this year, and that's really been the difference between this team and last year. I know they have 7 in-conference losses this year, only had 5 last year, but their defense has stepped up huge, and the man that's really leading that charge is Kevin Kelly, and then Javonte Douglas with his block numbers as well.
A little bit of a confusion on the Columbus State part with the screen. Stays with Darius Joel, passes it down low to Kamaj, gets the first points of the game for the visitors.
Kamaj averages 11 points a game for the Cougars. 4 players average double digits in the starting lineup.
Javonte Douglas passes it back to Tony Bagdis, Kevin Kelly, and they work it around to Jamar Taylor. Kelly tries another three. That one's a little short, rebounded by Arbin Kamaj. And as big as Kamaj is, he's not the leader in rebounds on this team. It's actually Marcus Dixon, who has 10.7 rebounds a game. He's one of the huge things to watch. Montevallo has a #1 rebounding defense, but it'll be a tough task today facing somebody like the 6'5 junior from Columbus.
This should be a fantastic game, as it is just about every year. What's interesting is Clayton State is the only team to beat Columbus State twice this season, and when Montevallo played Clayton State here, they waxed them 98-69.
Well, Columbus State is 16-7, but they've had some very curious results. They opened conference play with a loss at Flagler, a team that you wouldn't expect them to lose to.
Right.
And then they beat the team that currently leads the East Division, Augusta, a couple days later. So very confusing results. You never know what you're going to get, and they have a bad away game as well, so that might happen today. They're on a 2-game losing streak.
Wow, that shot right over the big 6'8 Douglas.
Ja'Cory Payne getting off the mark.
And if Columbus State's going to win this, Ja'Cory Payne certainly has to have a big game for the Cougars.
Yeah, Ja'Cory Payne had 28 points in the win against Montevallo in Georgia. Javonte Douglas hopes to have a big game for the Falcons. He's been well covered so far, as we mentioned. Douglas off the mark on this occasion, rebound by Marcus Dixon.
And a little bit of an awkward release there for Douglas, kind of forced the shot up. Shooting about 48% from beyond the arc. Really has struggled in the last 2 games or so in that regard. Still leading the conference, however.
Joel being watched by Taylor. Good crossover dribble. Kicks it out. Open 3. Ryan Burnett.
And number 20, Marcus Dixon, was in perfect position to seal off Douglas from being able to get over to Burnett as he knocked down the wide open jumper.
Burnett is a player that has forced his way into this lineup. He's a senior transfer from St. Leo University. Can play as a guard or a forward as J.J. Douglas responds.
Yeah, and his bucket there ends the 11-0 run by the Cougars as Montevallo had jumped out to the early 5-0 lead.
Burnett. Contested 3 that time, and Joel is off the mark. 11-7. Cougars have a 4-point lead after an early run by Montevallo. They've had one of their own. It's Javante Douglas misses another long jumper. 0 for 2 so far today. Marcus Dixon tries to draw up a play, and Taylon Whitaker draws the charge.
And I love Taylon Whitaker's game. Fantastic there, stepping in and taking the charge. Not the tallest player, but he certainly does make up for it with his strength. Probably the strongest player in the conference. And very intelligent as well, playing his position.
Timeout with 14:33 remaining. Is a very tight contest at the top of the conference. Montevallo 10-6 in the Peach Belt. Columbus State 9-7. Talking to you, saying this before the game, how many Peach Belt teams are going to be allowed to go to the NCAA tournament? We have 5 teams in the conference with 7 losses. It's very tight in the East Division. It's Augusta, UNC Pembroke, and USC Aiken all fighting for a spot. In the West, it's Montevallo, Columbus State, and North Georgia are all really close. But Clayton State, Georgia College, and Young Harris also have a lot of conference wins and are a few games behind.
Right.
So it's going to be really tight going into the seeding.
And you don't see many 7-loss teams make the tournament either. And Columbus State's a team that could. I mean, they're 9-7 in conference right now, and 16-7 overall. And then you go over to the East, as you're talking about, and the best team in the East is Augusta, that's 11-5 in conference and 18-6 overall. So, I mean, that's a really good question. How many Peach Belt teams will make it? Because Montevallo is leading the West right now and was in the same position they were last year, looking to win their 7th consecutive West Division title. But if they don't get to the championship game or they don't win it, do they make the tournament? It's a big question. If they do, that'll be the 12th time Coach Young has led a team to the NCAA tournament. And
a dark horse team that people might be forgetting about, but Montevallo certainly won't, because they've come in here 2 years straight and won, is North Georgia, 9-6 in the conference. With a 13-11 record, they would have to win the Peach Belt tournament.
And much better than last year.
Yeah.
Is North Georgia.
But a lot of improvement, and they could spoil a lot of parties by winning the Peach Belt tournament. We've seen some surprise stories.
And we've seen some games from Montevallo this year where all cylinders are clicking. Everyone is doing their job. The bench is adding in points. The role players are playing their role. Stars are going off. And this team looks like they can be anyone in the country. And I don't remember seeing a team like this here in Trustmark Arena. But a lot of talent on this team. Maybe they can get back to the tournament and avenge that early first-round loss to Wingate last year.
Yeah, Montevallo was a very successful team last year that got stronger as the season went on. At the very beginning, they had a slow start, but kind of seemed to hit their peak at the end of the year, but faced 2 heartbreaking losses, one in the Peach Belt quarterfinals, or the semifinals, by a basket, and then, of course, the one, as you mentioned, at Wingate. Very close games. But it's a season that what if could have been.
Right, and one thing to keep an eye on today is Montevallo always gets into these ruts in the game. It's for 5 or 6 minutes to see them just absolutely play bad. I mean, to be frank with you, maybe they don't do that today. Maybe they, all cylinders are clicking and they play well, and they're starting down like they normally do so far here in this game.
They'll have to guard true freshman John Lambert, who just hit a wide open 3. He comes off the bench specifically for that purpose. Falcons trail 4 with 6 on the shot clock. Javante Douglas takes a 3 and knocks it down.
Fantastic move. Kevin Kelly saw Javante Douglas come inside, pass it to him who was on Kamaj. Douglas smartly kicked it out and then moved to the 3. Kamaj was just hung out to dry there and was nowhere on defense to guard Douglas for the three-point shot.
And a turnover for the Cougars on the opposite possession. It's Arbin Kamaj, and he's on the ground right now.
Yeah, he was clenching his knee. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Never want to see a player go down like that, especially one like Kamaj who plays some valuable minutes for the Cougars.
Kamaj is the tallest player on their team, 6'9". He was such a handful to deal with in Georgia that Coach Young put on Teague Oberg, and he picked up 3 personal fouls and had to head to the bench instantly. Couldn't deal with him. He's just a handful.
When Oberg's not in foul trouble, he is very valuable to this team. Gives Taylon Whitaker a break, and the tallest player on this team provides some height and some rebounding. And we've seen him even learn to score lately. Getting some offensive boards, turning him into points, and then getting some passes from Kevin Kelly or Tony Baggas driving and turning them into points.
And Oberg is just a junior, same with Jamar Taylor. That was the biggest problem coming into this year, was replacing a lot of seniors. Montevallo does have a lot of seniors to replace, though. Javante Douglas, Kevin Kelly, and Taylon Whitaker, most notably. Of course, last year they lost Tevin Worthy, Brian Orange, and Terrell Lipkins, and they seem to manage to do it every year.
But boy, are these newcomers good. Micah Fuller, we'll probably see him here today. He played well, and early in the season we saw A.J. Luke play well. And then Tony Bagdas is only a sophomore, and Jamar Taylor's only a junior, so Teague Oberg as well has another year, and then Josh Brownfield, who we saw play earlier, is just a true freshman, and he can shoot for a big man.
Yeah. We've also seen flashes of A.J. Luke this season.
Right.
So a lot of talent in abundance.
Tyler Bruff and Julio Guidi, who are redshirted, will be fresh to play next year as well.
So even though the Falcons are losing some valuable seniors today, unlike last year, who we didn't know who was going to be replacing, the players that are going to be the starting 5 next year probably are already on the team right now.
And what a great athletic play from Taylor. Going up in the air, saw the Columbus State defender able to dish it off to Taylor and send him to the line. Taylon to send him to the line.
And Whitaker has improved his free throw shooting. He's only 58% on the year.
And as of late, he's been sent to the line a lot, really getting a lot of looks down low.
It's one of those players where if you have a low free throw percentage, it goes up because they force you to go to the line.
Right.
You have to prove yourself. He knocks down the second. 1-point game. Falcons trail 13-14, 8 minutes in.
Free throw percentage has really been something that Montevallo has approved from last year, shooting a team high 72%, and Kevin Kelly and Jamar Taylor are shooting 85% together. So
Ja'Cory Payne answers with a bucket, stretches the lead out to 3. Yes, Montevallo was 10th in the Peach Belt last year. They are now 3rd in free throws, so something that has improved. As you mentioned, this Montevallo team has improved its defense and its free throw shooting, and on its day looks capable of beating any team in the nation. Kelly to Bagtis, kicks it out to Javante with a chance to tie, and he does. 16 apiece.
And that's just credit Coach Danny Young for coaching those plays like that. I mean, fantastic drive by Bagdas and then the pullout by Douglas, and just no one was on him. And you could say that's bad defense, but it's good play design as well to get him open, setting these screens and such. And Douglas doesn't miss often.
So it's been an early day of perimeter shooting. 7 threes taken combined by both of these teams made in the early going. Under 12 media timeout. Game tied at 16 apiece. Both teams have come out and played as we expected them to. Ja'Cory Payne and Javante Douglas doing the majority of the shooting so far, but it seems to be a really tight contest. What, if anything, can you see that might separate these sides?
Well, I think down the stretch, it's going to be the depth that Montevallo has in the starting lineup. I mean, they may not have it coming off the bench, but if Javante Douglas starts to get into a drought, you could turn to Jamar Taylor or turn to Kevin Kelly. There's several options on offense for this team. And then one thing I want to keep an eye on is Kamaj going forward through this game. How is the injury that we saw happen going to affect him? Is he going to come back? Is he going to be okay? Is he going to not? Because him not being in the game really puts a huge question mark on who's going to guard Javante Douglas, because when we saw him in the game, Douglas wasn't scoring, and then he come out and Douglas is now scoring. And Montevallo playing very smart early on, has not conceded a foul yet. However, Columbus State has given up 4. so far.
Taz Marbury has checked into the game, one of the players we were talking about, a senior and a bench player.
A key role player for this team, really can facilitate the offense, this three-guard offense they run, and then hit some threes as well.
Javonte Douglas
Same
is open.
exact spot he hit it a second ago.
Nothing inspires you to want to come back onto the field if you're Arvin Kamaj than seeing the man you're covering playing like that. Javonte Douglas has absolutely torn apart the Cougars' defense in his absence. Open three on the other side. Vic Ellis sinks one. Another sub like John Lambert who comes in off the bench to take a three-point shot.
And Montevallo really has not had a player like J.J. Douglas since 2013 when Teron Brown came in.
Marbury tries a three, misses it. The rebound is snatched by Douglas. Can't get it on the second effort. Michael Graham pulls it down.
And he had 3 Cougars around him. Good job by them not to foul either.
Whitaker doesn't foul there, and perhaps maybe he should have, but there was no stopping Marcus Dixon on that occasion. Gives the lead back to the visitors, 21-19, halfway through the first half.
And this is nothing different to what we've seen all season. Montevallo close early in the game, but maybe we'll see them pull away later on.
Pass from Kevin Kelly was mishandled by Taylon Whitaker, turned over to the Cougars, who are driving now through Marcus Dixon. Dixon is blocked by Javonte Douglas.
Wow.
Joel.
Douglas is an animal, man. Just absolutely being everywhere he needs to be.
And a turnover forced. John Lambert gives it up to Kevin Kelly, and it's swatted out of bounds by Marcus Dixon.
And Kevin Kelly immediately knew he made the mistake, and Coach Danny Young lets him know it as well.
Speaking on Taz Marbury, who's one of those players that at the beginning of the season, it didn't seem to see how we would fit into the roster, and as injuries kind of took their toll later in the season, he's forced himself to get some minutes. He's a good scorer off the bench.
Yeah, Taz Marbury has been very important coming off the bench, especially with some of the injuries we talked about this season.
Taylor, who's been well guarded by the Columbus State defense, and Kevin Kelly drives and forces a foul on Kamaj.
But if there's anyone that knows how to avoid defense, it's Jamar Taylor.
Yeah.
Come on, 3-2.
Kelly, who's the best free throw shooter on this team, shooting 85%, makes his first. Tyg Oberg checks in for Taylon Whitaker.
We'll see if he'll give some valuable minutes here. He can be important coming off the bench for Montevallo as well. We'll probably match up against Kamaj.
Makes the second one, tied at 21.
We've seen Oberg kind of work on his scoring throughout the season. I'm excited to see him next year, what he can do in the offseason to improve that. Maybe he can be a dominant scorer in the place, kind of like we saw Ross Morcom for North Georgia really come in here and dominate down low.
Almost turned over, put on the floor by Jamal McKee. He rescues it. And a bump foul down low. I believe that one's on Jamar Taylor.
And Coach Moore wanted the goaltending on that.
We'll send John Lambert to the line. Freshman from Atlanta, Georgia. He's had a massive impact. This is a very experienced and deep Columbus State team. So certainly a perfect matchup for the Falcons today. As Ja'Cory Payne gets set to check back into the game. Lambert makes the second free throw, 22-21, slender lead for the visitors. Marbury with a floating pass out to Jamar Taylor.
And I know he didn't pull it, but I would have liked to see Jamar Taylor pull that three-point shot there. We know he kind of struggled early on the season with it and really improved his shot there, but he gets it to go.
Well, that's why you wanted him to see him pull it up, because he knows how to make those shots and maybe just wasn't as confident pulling up. But
in the last half of the season, he has been electric from beyond the arc, only shooting 18%. before that, but now is up to about 24%.
Jamar Taylor dancing
goodness.
and dazzling around. Gets it to go.
Wow.
Sensational footwork when he gets in the lane. The junior from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So 1-2 punch of Douglas and Taylor is very hard to defend.
Showing a little bit of highlights like his brother, Jamil McKay, who the former player for Iowa State.
Off the mark, 3 from Vic Ellis. And the way these teams have been shooting threes and playing offense and maybe not playing defense, we could have a shootout here.
Right, we've had 15 three-pointers attempted between these two teams.
Under 8 to play in the first half. 8 on the shot clock. Javonte Douglas takes a contested 3, but it doesn't matter.
Man, when Douglas is feeling it, he's really feeling it. What a shot by him. I thought he was going to get contact, but didn't.
Ellis, they work it around to Ja'Cory Payne, who hasn't scored in a while. Darius Joel, the second leading scorer on this team, has been stopped as well. Here he is trying to work something, eventually finds Arbin Kamaj.
And he's kind of hobbling a little bit as he goes down to the other end, but going to tough it out and play. He knows this game is important. It's important to get a win if they want to have any chance to get to the tournament without winning the Peach Belt Conference.
And Kamaj is also a senior. He's one of the leaders on this team, knows how important it is. He stays on the court. Under 7, Montevallo have a 5-point lead. Javonte Douglas pulls up and takes a 3, and why not? 31-24. Javonte Douglas seems to be unplayable right now.
4 of 5 from beyond the arc today.
Payne tries to go for response, and Javonte Douglas is just stronger than Jamal McKee. Rips it away. Taz Marbury up the court. He's been playing a lot of minutes since coming on for Tony Bagtis. Open 3 for Marbury. Can't make it. Oberg tried to go over the back of Kamaj, but thought better of it.
12-3 run right now from Montevallo has really started to turn it on here and starting to pull away from Columbus State.
Kamaj knocks it down, and he's starting to find his rhythm.
And nothing really Oberg can do there. Hopefully he doesn't get frustrated and start to play tighter defense on Kamaj and get called for fouls. Just a great shot from Kamaj.
Yeah, Kamaj a 54% shooter. Javonte Douglas is a 53% shooter, to let you know how impressive that is.
And there was a mismatch down low. Number 10, Vic Ellis, was guarding Oberg, but Kevin Kelly wasn't able to get the ball to him.
Timeout with 5:48 remaining, 31-26. Montevallo have a 5-point lead. Had a huge run going. It was been broken up by a couple of Kamaj baskets.
And in the last game these two teams played on the road in Columbus, Javonte Douglas was only 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, so certainly improving what he did last time. He was 6 of 15 from the field. Did not have a great game. Hopefully he can continue to add in some points there and really be the difference in this team.
So far, Montevallo has only committed 1 foul, so a very clean game so far. They show a replay of that long jumper from Javonte Douglas.
One thing that Montevallo was able to do effectively, though, in the loss to Columbus State was get to the free throw line. And they've started to do that early on here, have had 6 free throw attempts and shot 84 in the previous game against Columbus State. Got to continue to shoot well from the free throw line if you want to get a victory here.
Yeah, the shooting between the two teams in Georgia was very even. It was the lack of turnovers committed and 9 steals forced by the Cougars that was basically the difference.
And in less than 15 minutes, J.J. Douglas has 16 points.
Douglas.
Now 18.
Wow.
We could see a 40-point game tonight, Alex.
What a floating shot, and certainly not out of the realm of possibility anytime Javonte Douglas is healthy.
Especially here on senior night. He had 34 against Lane, his highest point total of the season so far.
Kamaj tries to respond in turn and can't make it. Good hustle play down low by Ryan Burnett. He can't get it.
And Douglas has 5 rebounds already as well. So really making an impact on both ends of the floor, showing everyone why he's on the Bevo Francis Award watch list.
Rounded Darius Joel inside to Arbin Kamaj, who's working against
Kamaj shows great patience. He has a feel of where the defender is and knows when to turn around and make the shot. Kamaj and Douglas have scored the last 6 baskets in this game combined, so really a great matchup between these two players carrying the load of their teams right now.
Yeah, very interesting matchup between those two. Both players that shoot over 50% from the field and over 40% from 3. So
20 points for Douglas. And we still have 4.5. Wow.
35-28. High scoring contest like this one was predicted to be, just like the one against Georgia College was low scoring as it was predicted to be.
Douglas has only missed 5 shots from the field today. That is incredible for him.
Backus checks back in for Kevin Kelly, and this is a formation we saw earlier in the season. We've seen a lot of Kevin Kelly and Backus on the court at the same time, the coach preferring one or the other on this time.
And we see Micah Fuller, who we know can really drain some threes, provide some bench scoring for this team, which is really the weak point.
And a charge called. Micah Fuller was the player that took it.
And we've seen him do that several times here down the stretch of the season. Michael Fuller has not just been a three-point shooter, but has really evolved into a fantastic player. And we should see a lot more out of him next season. Just a true freshman.
The man who's number 2 in the conference behind Javonte Douglas in rebounds is called with the foul, Marcus Dixon. Jamal McKee looks ready to check back in for the Cougars. Tyg Oberg in the lane, kicks it out to Marbury. Backus driving, runs into a cul-de-sac. Javonte Douglas has men all over him and is fouled from behind.
Javonte Douglas has a knack of running into the contact. I mean, fantastic move. He could have shot it before then, but decided to scoot over where 2 defenders were and fire it up and draw the foul. And number 0, Ryan Burnett, guilty of the foul, really didn't even know what happened as his back was turned to Douglas. Great play.
35-28 with 3:45 remaining. Montevallo have had a very consistent half.
They have, and it's been all Javonte Douglas, but everyone else is doing their job. I mean, you have Micah Fuller down here taking charges, Oberg grabbing rebounds, Whitaker was in grabbing rebounds, and it's all running through Tony Bagdus. And we said at the beginning of the game, when Tony Bagdus is on the floor and he's the floor general, the leader of the offense, this team plays well. When he gets into trouble, they kind of become one-dimensional. I know that Douglas is doing all the scoring, but he's not just taking it by himself. He's getting it from assists and from ball screens and various other pick-and-pop situations. So this team playing very well together. But it really is the Kamaj and Douglas show right now.
Yeah. 2 of the biggest talents in the conference. Which is odd we haven't seen much of an impact, though, from Ja'Cory Payne, who is 6th in the conference in scoring. He's actually the leading scorer on the team. He has 18.3 per game, had 28 in the win against Montevallo at home.
Montevallo playing very smart here tonight as well. Only 2 fouls given up here in the first half, and have only turned the ball over 1 time. Their turnover total on the season, they average about 14 per game, so very impressive in that regard.
Javonte Douglas makes the first free throw.
7 of 13 today for Montevallo from the line.
Makes the second. Just as Columbus State didn't turn the ball over many times at home, Montevallo is the team today that's being stingy with the rock. 3:40 remaining. Montevallo has a 9-point lead. Columbus State needs a bit of a run to go into halftime to build confidence. Can Montevallo build on their dominance? Foul by Tony Backus will send Darius Joel to the line.
And someone other than Douglas or Kamaj has a chance to score. Well, he's not going to go to the line. They caught it on the floor. Only the third personal foul today for the Falcons.
Ryan Burnett checks out. John Lambert, the three-point specialist, checks back in. Well covered by Marbury. Passes it up to Ja'Cory Payne, whose impact has been limited today. Takes a contested shot with Michael Fuller in his face, off the mark. Javonte Douglas snags the rebound.
Douglas is only 4 rebounds shy of having a double-double in the first half.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Almost. Just a little too much on that effort. Under 3 to go in the half. Darius Joel trying to respond to an empty Montevallo possession and does so. Cuts the lead to 7.
And that's what Columbus State's going to have to do if they want to get back into this game, forcing stops on the end and turning it into points.
Yeah, good response by the Cougars on a rare Montevallo empty possession this half. Taylon Whitaker guarded by Kamaj and just goes over him.
And that's something we haven't seen him do this season. He's finally learned how to post up someone and get the hook to go down. Fantastic play from Whitaker. He's really emerged late here this season. It'd be nice if he had another year, see what he could do next year.
It's very ironic that on senior night he now looks like the finished product.
Hey, but going into the postseason, you got to be very happy having him play at this high level.
Yeah, very promising for Coach Young's side to have Taylon Whitaker playing this way.
And Douglas just misjudged that rebound there, giving Columbus State the extra possession.
2 minutes left in the half. Montevallo with a 9-point lead. 15 on the shot clock for Columbus State, trying to cut into the lead. They did on Joel's last possession. He has back-to-back buckets, and it's down to 7, 39-32. Jamar Taylor and Kevin Kelly still waiting by the scorer's bench to check in. Ja'Cory Payne doing defending this time on Michael Fuller down low.
Wow.
Taylon Whitaker.
What a move by Whitaker. Big man hitting the Euro step down low.
And just looking at the players, you would think Kamaj should be the more nimble-footed, but Taylon Whitaker showing he has some great footwork to go along with his strength. Running jumper there from Joel is off the mark. Can't make it 3 consecutive possessions with a basket. Ja'Cory Payne from the point guard position. Such an influential player because he either leads the team in points or assists every game. Most of the time, both.
And 6 of Columbus State's 13 rebounds have been offensive, so there's something positive they're doing. It's getting second chance opportunities, something Montevallo needs to limit.
41-32 with 54 seconds remaining in the half. 3 from Ja'Cory Payne, and that's why he can't be left open too many times. It's his first 3 of the half. So it takes till the final minute of the first half for Ja'Cory Payne to make a real impact. Visiting Cougars still trail 6. Falcons with 10 on the shot clock. Bactus. Out to Whitaker. Whitaker tries a 3, way off the mark. Darius Joel pulls down the rebound, and the Cougars can hold till the final shot. 10 seconds.
I'm not sure that's what Coach Young and Kennedy were calling for with that play, but Falcons just kind of got confused.
Joel decides to go a little late, tries to go with 2, and the shot clock will expire. A great steal at the end by Michael Fuller to make sure that Columbus State can't cut into the lead, which is now 6, 41-35, a high-scoring half in which Javonte Douglas had a fantastic scoring showing.
Yeah, 20 points for Douglas there in that first half to go along with 6 rebounds. So maybe he could replicate that and get to 40 or at least over his season high, which is 34.
It's been a solid half for the Falcons all around. They started on a 5-0 run. It was matched by a 12-0 run by Columbus State, but since then it's pretty much been all Montevallo.
Yeah, and for a while it was all Douglas and Kamaj, but Ja'Cory Payne has stepped up a little bit, and so has Joel for Columbus State, and then Whitaker added a few points in there as well. But the biggest thing that I'm looking at right now is 1 turnover from Montevallo, being very smart, very disciplined with the ball.
Well, at the half, 41-35, Montevallo currently lead against Peach Belt Conference rivals Columbus State. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the start of the second half.
One brush, time forever moving forward. Can't rush. Now tell me why somebody even want to choose a college. I know you don't want to leave with just book knowledge. We don't sell an institution but an attitude. Other schools don't understand, they on a different latitude. You don't want to get caught up in this sea of famous.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
College of Fine Arts at the University of Montevallo, an altogether uncommon experience.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy. That's why here at Falcon Weekly, we want to focus on the stories you need to know. Once a week, tune in online or on the go for the news that impacts your life and matters to you.
Falcon Weekly is your one-stop shop for information.
And stay in touch with us 24/7 on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
Ghetto with blues. Ghetto with blues.
This is the College of Fine Arts.
We get it. You're busy.
That's why Falcon Weekly focuses on the news you need to know.
So tune in for the stories that impact your life and matter to you.
And make Falcon Weekly your source for news on the go.
And be sure to connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Falcon Weekly. Find your news here.
Ghetto with blues. Ghetto with blues.
So they're trying to play 3 games at 3 different fields. They have a Stevens Park for rotation. They got our stadium, the high school field, and Stevens Park. They're trying to play 3 games at one time. I'm like, we gotta have people covering. We gotta have stats. I'll cover back ASAP, but these games are going on right now. Yeah. Breaking the ball. All right, let's go.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Trustmark Arena. Alex Tejada alongside Wyatt Hall for the start of the second half, which opens with a Ja'Cory Payne missing a 3. Deja vu, exact same effort, makes it from the corner. 38-41.
Fantastic confidence from Payne to retry the shot after just missing it.
Kevin Kelly with the first possession for the Falcons. Kelly and Bactus both on the court as they started. Jamar Taylor, Douglas, and Whitaker also out there.
And an impressive first half for Javonte Douglas, scoring 22 and now has 24. Wow, how did he get that shot over Kamaj?
Just gives a wry smile to the Cougars defense as he goes up and over.
24 points and 6 rebounds for him today. Well, only 1 turnover in that first half really has been the difference maker for Montevallo today.
And that is a phenomenal stat because Montevallo have lost some games from committing too many turnovers.
Right, averaging about 14 on the season.
Mentioned last game, they kept 6 turnovers. Only Columbus State only turned the ball over 6 times. Today, Montevallo's only turned the ball over 1 time. So in a game this close, when 2 teams that shoot very good percentages, sometimes that is the difference. And a bump foul down low called on Kevin Kelly.
And speaking of shooting percentages, both teams shooting very well from the field. 51% from the field for Montevallo and 53% for Columbus State.
Those are fantastic numbers. One of the reasons why we saw such a high-scoring first half. Ja'Cory Payne kicks it out. Rather dramatically missed on that 3. Burnett keeps it alive on the offensive rebound.
And really an offensive rebound has been something that has kept Columbus State within single digits of this game, grabbing 7 offensive boards.
Darius Joel kicks it out to a wide open.
Fantastic help defense from Whitaker to pull off on Joel and force the bad shot.
Dixon couldn't do anything with it and turns it over. Bactus being guarded by Joel. Kevin Kelly, who's yet to get scoring like he normally does.
Right, we saw him open up with a huge 3, but nothing really since then.
Javonte Douglas picks up his first foul of the game, second already in the half, which is 2 minutes old.
And Montevallo has scored 43 points in this game and is leading, but has had 0 points off the bench.
And that's staggering considering the fact that Taz Marbury and Michael Fuller come off the bench.
And really that's something to keep an eye out on going forward through the season, and especially if the Falcons make the postseason, because some of these tough games, and when you get deeper into the postseason, if they make it, you're going to need some extra bench scoring. That's not really something Montevallo's had all season, though.
Jamar Taylor cutting through the lane makes the shot.
I can't tell you how many times we've seen that move from Taylor this year. Fantastic shot fake and then able to get his defender in the air and make the bucket.
Ja'Cory Payne trying to respond with Burnett, who is hacked across the head by a trailing arm of Taylon Whitaker. Nothing malicious, but the contact certainly was there.
So early on, we're seeing Columbus State do something they didn't do in the first half, and that's get to the free throw line. Montevallo did not relinquish many fouls in the first half, only allowing 1 trip to the line.
Ryan Burnett, one of 2 seniors on this team, the other being Arbin Kamaj. Looking to reduce the deficit from the stripe, misses the second. There's a missed opportunity for the Cougars there to trim the deficit from 7. Tony Bactus with the ball and the lead. Douglas. Kelly tries to take a 3, misses on that occasion. Marcus Dixon pulls down the rebound, and a foul by Kelly.
And we've seen Kevin Kelly do that way too many times this season. Makes a mistake on the offensive end, but recovers on the defensive end. Fantastic hustle. Unfortunately, it's going to be a foul rather than a block.
Good defensive hustle by Kevin Kelly. Sends Burnett back to the line where he could not convert from moments ago. And on the replay, it looks like Kevin Kelly may have a case to feel pretty aggrieved
on the
by that call.
replay, not much contact at all. I mean, all ball for Kevin Kelly, the block.
This is
luckily only 1 point comes out of it, yeah.
1 of 4 on free throws, Ryan Burnett, to start the second half. Left 3 points for the taking. 45-39, Falcons with a 6-point lead. They were sloppy on the last couple possessions. Tony Bagtis. Give and go with Jamar Taylor. Javonte Douglas forces the foul. Arbin Kamaj is the man called.
And the bucket, unfortunately, doesn't count there. Foul for the shot, but Douglas is 5 of 6 from the. Excuse me, he's 3 of 3 from the free throw line today.
Sinks the second. 47-39, an 8-point lead for the Falcons.
Really something to keep an eye on is rebounding here. Montevallo already given up 3 offensive rebounds to the Cougars, and that was something Coach Young was yelling at his defense to do, and they do it there.
Jamar Taylor goes coast to coast.
Wow.
Fantastic bucket.
Jamar Taylor is something else. Wow.
Brings an X factor to this Montevallo lineup. Arbin Kamaj, too much on it. Contested rebound between Dixon and Douglas. The Montevallo man comes out better. Kelly takes a 3 and drains it.
It's almost like you take Terrell Lipkins from last year, put some height on him, you have Javonte Douglas, then add a lot more athleticism to Bryant Orange, and you get Jamar Taylor. Fantastic 2 players here today, Douglas and Taylor, and then the outstanding 3 from Kevin Kelly, really improved from last year.
Montevallo team's just well balanced. They have a senior scoring leader, Javonte Douglas. They have a junior scoring leader in Jamar Taylor. You have big men down low, Taylor Whitaker.
And then the senior leadership of Kevin Kelly everywhere on the floor is unmatched. And then Tony Bagdis, Tony Bagdis, the way he just controls the pace of the game and controls the ball. And then the role players do their job. Marbury, Fuller, Oberg, and Whitaker, I mean, as well. I mean, you couldn't really ask for much more out of him. He's doing work down low defensively, and he's getting points. 26 for Douglas. He is 8 shy of tying his season total, which is 34, and we've got 15 minutes left to go. 13 points for Jamar Taylor, and then Ja'Cory Payne is leading Columbus State with 11. 2 turnovers for Montevallo, 7 for Columbus State.
Which is not too bad for them either.
Right.
It's been a pretty good ball handling game. There's not many turnovers.
There's really not. Both teams have played very well, and it's been a fun game to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, largest lead of the game for Montevallo. They've come out in the second half, gone on an 11-4 run. So jump way ahead of
Still shooting
Cougars.
over 50% on the game from the floor.
Both teams shooting very well, and both at 44 or over from three-point line as well.
Arbin Kamaj being put off by small man Kevin Kelly. There's a huge size differential there, but
I think
just making his presence felt.
Right. I think the biggest thing is I look at this stat sheet now, 90% from the line is Montevallo, 9 of 10. And that'll be huge going forward.
Yeah, unprecedented stat considering how they were playing last year. Kevin Kelly, unfortunate not to get that one. Tony Bagdis with a rare offensive rebound.
And Bagdis makes plays when he needs to, and he does there.
Kevin Kelly back out to Bagdis, who's being guarded by Darius Joel. Bagdis draws 3 men, kicks it out to Kelly. Kelly draws the foul.
And Kelly, the best free throw shooter on this team at 85% on the season, also ranks in the Peach Belt Conference in that category.
And this Montevallo team third in the conference in free throw shooting, and none better than Kevin Kelly. Jamar Taylor and Tony Backus also shoot well over 80%.
And we can't really stress enough how important that is. If you watch the games last year, there's several games that would have been victories if we had just hit free throws.
Yeah, as we mentioned, the 1 point loss to Wingate, the 1 point loss to Lander.
The buzzer beater losses, all those. And Kevin Kelly ranks 4th in the Peach Belt at 85% on the season. Kashawn Sherrill, the outstanding guard from Augusta, ranks number 1 with 91%. We talked about getting to the free throw line as well as a big strength of this Montevallo team. Jamar Taylor and Javante Douglas rank in the Peach Belt Conference in free throws made and attempted on the season. So very effective at getting to the line, and we're seeing that so far as Montevallo's had 10 attempts from the charity stripe.
Just highlights the strength of this conference. Kashawn Sherrill for Augusta and Javante Douglas. 2 fantastic players to have in this conference.
And can't forget C.J. Wilson. He's on that Bevo Francis Award watch list as well. Had the 3/4 court heave to tie the game Monday and send it to overtime, which Montevallo eventually pulled out the victory.
And Armstrong State hasn't been the best team, but they have a phenomenal freshman in Corey Tillery. They'll be a team to watch for the future.
Yeah, all those players we mentioned rank in top 5 in points per game as well. It's been a fun year for college basketball in the Peach Belt Conference. It's always very, very competitive.
Yeah. Be interesting Montevallo moves next year
to the Gulf
South, who they keep in their non-conference schedule
right.
from the Peach Belt. You would imagine Columbus State would be one of those teams that we might see again.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think so. And UAH, one of the teams that Montevallo will be playing in the future, ranks in the top 25 for D2 in the country.
So saying goodbye to some old Peach Belt friends, but welcoming in some fantastic new foes, especially UAH. There'll be some fantastic games.
A lot more local games, yeah. Maybe we see some fans from other teams make the trip down here to Montevallo. Yeah, bring back some old rivalries from back in the day in Gulf South Conference
for
play.
Tony Bactus, and the lead is now 17.
And I love Tony Bactus' game. I mean, he doesn't score a lot, but he'll hit an open shot, and he'll drive to the hoop. He gets the buckets to fall as well. A very good player for Montevallo.
Damage limitation on the other side of the court. Barrios Joel responds and cuts it to a 15-point game. So the Cougars just about hanging around with 13:50 remaining. Still tons of time. Douglas off the knee of Arvin Kamaj. 5 on the shot clock. Douglas takes the shot over the 6'9" man, but it put him off.
Light
short.
contact, but good job by Kamaj to force the miss.
Wide open 3 from the corner. Vic Ellis, that's his second of the game. He's knocked down. Not the biggest player, the 5'10" junior from Chattahoochee Valley Community College. He's been a valuable 3-point asset since transferring.
15 made 3-pointers between both of these teams today.
And Jamar Taylor asked the question and forces the foul.
Well,
Didn't know to hold off Ellis.
Normally Taylor would have made that, but what a fantastic move. Probably the toughest player in the conference to guard when he's got his head forward going toward the rim.
Makes the first from the line, stretches the lead to 13 with 13:06 on the clock. Knocks down the second, 58-44, 14-point lead.
February 25th, it'll be the first round of the BBC tournament.
JJ, stay in the paint.
Yeah, 25th at 7 p.m.
Stay in the paint, JJ.
And an and-one opportunity. Not too much in the way of contact, but Ja'Cory Payne will head to the line after making.
And light contact there.
Sinks it from the line and cuts it to 11. Kelly inbounds it to Tony Bactus. Kelly and Bactus have dominated the backcourt today. Didn't play a lot at the same time in the first half. Good pick thrown by Jamar Taylor. Skill move down low by Taylon Whitaker. Can't get it to fall, but maintains possession. Last touch by the Cougars. 12:22 remaining. Montevallo with an 11-point lead. Columbus State slowly creeping their way back in the game. It's been a bit of a scoring drought for Javonte Douglas. And the foul means another empty possession. Foul called on Taylon Whitaker, his second of the game.
Yeah, Coach Young just re-emphasizing to Whitaker to go straight up, and he won't get called with the foul.
Lambert is driving. Cougars turn the ball over. Can't make Montevallo pay for the mental error on offense, and they survive that particular possession. 12:01 remaining, 58-47. Surprising we haven't seen any subs for Montevallo. These five have been on the court for a long time.
And there's not really, I mean, outside of the three players that we talked about coming off the bench, you don't really get a lot out of the others. We should see maybe Logan Kelly come in today, being senior day, and if Montevallo does have a significant lead. But other than that, it's really going to be this 5-6-man rotation. And over his stretch here at Montevallo, Danny Young doesn't really play more than 7 or 8 players really in a game. He likes to keep it to that 7-8 rotation, which has been consistent with today.
Right. Kevin Kelly, it took him a while to break his way into the lineup, but then became a very important player towards the end of the season. Major factor. Yeah, which makes it very hard for players like Julio Guidi and Tyler Bruff to break into the team.
And that's partly why we see them being redshirted this year. You know, you lose 5 singers next year, and Bruff, you know, shooting 6'3", who can really shoot from the beyond the arc, will provide some depth next year, maybe even be a starter next year in his senior season. And Julio Guidi certainly provides a lot of length and will next year.
These are 2 junior college players with lots of experience. So these are, you know, no slouches coming in, but Montevallo just has such a deep roster this year. As you mentioned, Coach Young does like to stick with a small, select few. So to be part of that group, it's hard to break into and to see significant minutes. We mentioned Taz Marbury just recently started playing a lot at the beginning of the season.
And a lot of that came from the injuries, especially like A.J. Luke, and then when Javonte Douglas and Taylon Whitaker had some complications, we saw Marbury pick up extra minutes.
We also saw Micah Fuller have a break start and get injured for a little bit, so he kind of filled that void coming off the bench, the 3-point threat. Jamar Taylor. Javonte Douglas. Dancing inside of opponents and getting it to drop, and it's his personal scoring drought to extend the lead to 13.
And very close to being a walk there, but no whistle from the officials.
Open 3 for Payne, and he knocks it down.
And Tony Bagdis playing very lax on defense, gives up that 3.
And a bit of hustle play on defense by Vic Ellis forces the turnover off of Javonte Douglas. Columbus State needs something to happen to get back to the game, and a three-pointer and a forced turnover are a good way to start. Down 10 with 11 minutes in the game. Ellis around to John Lambert, who is a three-point threat. Both of them are on the court right now. Montevallo with some disciplined defense. Taylon Whitaker draws the foul. Offensive foul on Marcus Dixon.
That's the second time we've seen Whitaker do that, and that's the third charge Montevallo has drawn today.
.52 as they mop up the floor. Both teams have committed 6 fouls.
Do we have somebody off the floor here, other than our guys yet?
Backus inbounds to Javante Douglas. Final quarter of the match from Trustmark Arena, the final home game of the season for the Falcons. 2 more tests left in the season against North Georgia, who won here by 2 on a last-second bucket. The second year in a row they've done that. And then Clayton State will be out for revenge after getting demolished on this court. Taylon Whitaker goes up and draws the foul from Michael Graham, true freshman from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
And if Montevallo were to finish out with the victory here today, it would be their 5th in a row. They had a 6-game winning streak earlier this season, and winning out would be huge for them, as they've got 3 games remaining going in to the Peach Belt Conference. They would surely be the #1 seed and really would look good to get into the tournament.
And Columbus State, if they were to lose, it would make a 3-game skid, which is certainly not a desired result.
And would most likely knock them out of hosting a Peach Belt Conference game.
They're still smarting from the 1-point loss against Georgia College the other day. Montevallo beating Georgia College in their last home game. Long 3 there, but a putback by Ryan Burnett cuts it to 8. Exactly 10 to go in the half.
We've seen the intensity step up here for Columbus State.
Double team on Backus, but it frees up Jamar Taylor, who throws it down.
And Jamar Taylor cuts that intensity down and gains it for Montevallo.
Open 3 for English.
Oh, man.
Rather Lambert off the mark. Backus keeps it alive. They're being pressured. Kelly goes inside and draws contact.
And surely the crowd would have erupted if Kelly had made that one.
That's the 4th on Michael Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah, so certain foul trouble for one of the big men, the 6'6". It's forward, having to make way and sending the Peach Belts, arguably the best free throw shooter in the conference, to the line. I mentioned Jamar Taylor and Javante Douglas do more shooting from the free throw line, but not many are as accurate as Kevin Kelly, who knocks down the first.
And Douglas, Taylor, and Kelly are all perfect from the line today. And I spoke too soon.
Doesn't get that one to fall, but the lead is 11. Ryan Burnett, along with fellow senior Arbin Kamaj, trying to spark a comeback on enemy territory. A lot of it will have to go through that man Payne, who kicks it out, an open 3.
Another offensive rebound.
Javante Douglas picks up his 3rd foul, so a little bit of foul trouble for him, and it'll send Ryan Burnett to the line. He's been 1 of 4 today.
And we're just over 9 minutes. Both teams are in the bonus, so no fouls to give for either as we.
This is where Montevallo's improved free throwing.
Right.
Shooting could certainly be a factor.
You take 0. Gotta block him out. Or no, hey, let Jamar.
Coach Young not too happy that Montevallo basketball players having to do double duty.
And not really a lot of open hands. There's so much going on campus today. We have the softball tournament, the baseball, lacrosse. College night is also going on as well.
Been a very busy week on the campus at the University of Montevallo. You mentioned the lacrosse team opened their second season this morning with a 10-9 victory against Oklahoma Baptist. The baseball played a doubleheader against Trevecca Nazarene, women's softball against North Alabama, and of course doubleheader of basketball live from Trustmark Arena against Columbus State.
And of course, the college night show tonight, the winners will be announced. The longest running tradition in all of college in the United States.
Awesome homecoming tradition and lots of Montevallo athletics to commemorate. Certainly a lot of reasons to be Montevallo, Alabama today. Jamar Taylor, Javante Douglas are putting on a show inside here today. Tony Bagtis, 9-point lead for the Falcons. Kevin Kelly takes aim and fires. On senior night, he's coming alive, and a 12-point lead forces a timeout.
Montevallo's offense is run beautifully. The three guards passing along the perimeter, and then Bagtis with the drive and dish. We've seen him do that often this season.
8:30 remaining, 66-54. Falcons up by a dozen.
4 assists for Bagtis today.
Vic Ellis exchanging passes around to Darius Joel. They go down low to Kamaj. Too much on it, and a foul. Vic Ellis went
A senseless foul by Vic Ellis. I mean, Bagtis clearly had the rebound. No need to pick up your third personal.
Perhaps a bit of frustration starting to set in because every time Columbus State has a good run, Montevallo has an answer of their own.
Right.
Send Tony Bagtis to the line. Another 80% plus free throw shooter knocks down the first. The chance to make it a 14-point game and does so. 68-54 with 8:20 remaining. Darius Joel. Around to Ja'Cory Payne, who's off the mark on the three.
A lot of power on that shot.
Too much on it, and J.J. Douglas pulls it down, carries it up the court. Tony Bagtis, lovely crossover dribble. Taz Marbury going alone, inside in and out. Unfortunate to see that one rim out. The senior from Sylacauga. Kamaj and Ja'Cory Payne. It's been pretty quiet for Kamaj, Payne, and Joel here in the second half. Not something that often happens for the
And
Cougars.
if that's on Douglas, that's his fourth. And they do call it on him.
So a bit of foul trouble for the leading scorer on the Falcons with 7:34 remaining and a 14-point lead.
And we may see him come take a seat for a little bit. Probably going to see Micah Fuller come in. Montevallo will go small. Whitaker will probably come back in for Montevallo as well. However, the good news is they do own a 14-point lead.
Yeah. What does Coach Robert Moore's side need to do to get back into the game?
Really got to attack in the paint. I think in the first half, fouls weren't really something that Montevallo were giving up a lot. But here in the second half, they've shown that they're going to, having committed 8 fouls here so far in the second half. So really got to use Payne and Kamaj to really attack the paint and go at the heart of Montevallo. Also continue crashing the boards. I mean, 9 offensive rebounds so far in this game. Or excuse me, 11 now is the most updated stat on that. 11 offensive rebounds for the Cougars, and they turned that in to 14 second chance points. So continue boxing out, continue getting rebounds, and attack Montevallo get to the free throw line.
Probably the best stat for the Falcons, only 3 turnovers, limited Columbus State to 0 points off of turnovers.
Right. And Montevallo is still only 3 turnovers in the game. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, no points off turnovers for Columbus State, 12 for Montevallo. And Douglas has 28 points in this game. However, he'll sit for a little bit.
And still shooting over 50% from the field.
Is 1 rebound shy of a double-double as well.
That would be his 12th of the season. And a season that was already plagued by injury.
And Ja'Cory Payne's hot shooting from beyond the arc, 4 of 8, has him 17 points in this game to lead Columbus State.
Certainly around his average of 18.8.
And it'll be interesting to watch on the defensive end what Montevallo will do. Small lineup here. It'll probably be Jamar Taylor guarding Kamaj. And that's a height matchup in favor of Kamaj.
Michael Fuller has come onto the court with the ball now. Kick out to Kevin Kelly, drives inside. Nobody picks him up and goes straight to the hoop.
And all shooters on the floor for Montevallo, and because of that, Columbus State kind of shifts toward the perimeter, leaving that hole open for Kevin Kelly to get to the hoop.
15-point lead, under 7 in the game. Long 3 from Payne to respond.
He is 5 of 9 today. Ja'Cory Payne is playing at a very high level. 20 points.
Ja'Cory Payne, like Jamar Taylor, player with another year left. Taz Marbury handing it off to Kevin Kelly, to Bagtus. 10 on the shot clock. Coach Kennedy coaching the side to keep possession and kind of work some clock here with 6 minutes remaining and a 12-point lead. Ja'Cory Payne trying to cut into the deficit single-handedly. McKee goes inside and is fouled.
And that's the second on Bagtus.
First free throw from Jamal McKee is off, the sophomore from Greenville, Georgia. And only 2 starters on in this lineup that plays not from Georgia, so this is a very local team. A lot of players from Columbus in the lineup. One of them right here, Darius Joel, passing it off.
And Montevallo just committed their 4th turnover of the game. The full court press was on Columbus State, forcing that.
Joel gets a runner to go.
And they get their first points off turnovers today, getting that bucket there for Joel.
Down to a 10-point margin, 70-60 with 5.5. Coach Kennedy and Coach Young urging their team not to take the foot off the gas. Still a lot of basketball left to play.
Columbus State does have the talent to come back here, only down 10.
Michael Fuller takes a long 2 and was chasing down his own rebound, no need.
Great patience there from Fuller. We know that he wants to hit the 3. He wants to make the big shot, but cuts inside and hits it at about the free throw line.
Taylor called for an arm bar. It's his 2nd foul of the game, and it'll send Ja'Cory Payne to the line as both teams are at the line from here on out. And have been for a couple minutes.
All right. 2 Cougars for Columbus State have 4 fouls. Michael Graham and Marcus Dixon. Only 1 player really in foul trouble for Montevallo, and that's Douglas, but a host of players with 2 fouls.
And that man you mentioned, Marcus Dixon, checking back in the game, is the leader on this team in rebounds with 10.7, but has missed a lot of this second half due to his foul trouble. He's been on 4 fouls for quite a while, as has Michael Graham.
And with Kamaj coming out, both teams really going small here. Maybe a chance for Taylor to really attack the rim.
Ja'Cory Payne makes both from the line, and it's back to a 10-point contest with 5 minutes to go. Kelly to Marbury. Taylor. Off balance shot, misses it, but Taz Marbury is on hand.
And everyone's attention was on Jamar Taylor, and no one saw Taz Marbury back there by himself.
And if that's Taz Marbury's last bucket from Trustmark Arena, certainly one he can be proud of. He did well crashing on the basket, anticipating Taylor's miss.
Trying to get the floor mopped up there. Called in Julio Guidi over there to do the cleanup duties.
.428 remaining from Trustmark Arena. The Falcons lead 74-62. Been an impressive game from Javonte Douglas, but his 4 fouls have him on the bench since Columbus State have forced Montevallo into a rare turnover. Got their first points off a turnover and are trying to keep Montevallo's scores off the board. Micah Fuller and Jamar Taylor have picked up the slack in Douglas's absence, as has this man, Kevin Kelly. Drives inside.
Montevallo is so good at driving to the basket. Several players can do it, and doesn't get the bucket, but he's rewarded there and will go to the free throw line. 5 of 6 from there today. Montevallo is 16 of 20 from the line. Make that 17 from 21 now.
Kelly sinks the first, 75-62 with 4:09 remaining. Makes the second. 14-point game with the clock just now dipping under 4. Crunch time for the Cougars. Corey Payne adventurously going about it, going straight to the bucket, drawing a foul. Media timeout with 3:59 remaining, 76-62. Montevallo have the lead, but Columbus State will head to the line. Who besides Ja'Cory Payne needs to spark the run for Columbus State late on?
Really got to thank Arvin Kamaj. I mean, he's sitting on the bench right now. Maybe he'll be inserted back into this game. We saw Ryan Burnett is 100% from beyond the arc, hit two 3-pointers and has added in 11 points. So maybe him attacking the rim and forcing the fouls against Montevallo. But Ja'Cory Payne really has been lights out for Columbus State so far today. Really got to be a mixture of Burnett, Kamaj, and Payne.
Yeah, it just must be frustrating for Payne doing all the scoring, all the assisting. It's almost like a one-man show at times.
And Montevallo, big 3. Javonte Douglas, 28 points. Jamar Taylor, 17. Kevin Kelly, 18. So nearly 3 players with 20 points or more. Maybe Taylor and Kelly can get to that mark.
We mentioned, of course, Montevallo hoping to host a Peach Belt quarterfinal here, but if it's their final games at home, Javonte Douglas and Kevin Kelly have certainly gone out with a bang.
Yeah, they have. I mean, fantastic game for them so far, and really can't speak enough about how much improvement Kevin Kelly has made this season. This is a very good team and will be dangerous to play going down the stretch later this season and postseason. And both of these teams very well coached. Coach Danny Young in his 13th year, and then Coach Robert Moore in his 7th year. This could be a good game if Columbus State figures out something down the stretch.
Cuts it to 13 with the clock stopped. So certainly time and ability left. Slowing down Montevallo has been a little bit tricky for them. Makes the second one. It's a 12-point game. Been back and forth, wavering around about a 12-point mark for a while now. Micah Fuller draws double-team pressure and finds release valve in Taz Marbury. Kevin Kelly. Backus out to Fuller. 5 on the shot clock. Fuller decides to go. Kicks it out to Marbury, who holds it until the shot clock time runs out. Loose ball eventually collected by Ja'Cory Payne. Wide open 3 opportunity off the mark, and he just did not look confident in the approach.
Yeah, just rushed that shot attempt there. Jamar Taylor, oh, and they go down hard.
Unbelievable block by Jamar Taylor, but a worrying collision on the way down. It's Taylor and Marbury on the ground.
And Marbury was already on the floor, and Taylor, as we see in the replay, just kind of tripped over him.
Yeah, went down.
Hopefully they're okay, nothing serious here.
The block on Ryan Burnett after Ja'Cory
Taylor fell right
Payne
on
had already fallen.
Right, and Taylor fell right on Marbury. Fortunate that he was there instead of hitting the floor too hard, but hopefully Marbury and him are okay. Just a little shaken up. Marbury is going to come off for a second, and Taylor will stay on.
Massive block.
Once again, Taylor showcasing that athleticism.
And that shot that John Lambert missed from the corner, though he's a freshman, that's a shot you have to knock down if you're trying to get back in the game on the road.
All right, especially down 12. And then a foul like that is not something you want to give up to a team that is shooting 81% today. Montevallo 18 of 22.
.310 remaining, and Michael Fuller will try to stretch the 12-point lead, 76-64. Montevallo have 2 games remaining in the season. They were both road trips, the first of which is on Wednesday as they try to get revenge on North Georgia, who came in here and won.
And they did the same thing last year. North Georgia came in here, hit a buzzer beater, and then Montevallo beat them on the road by double digits.
And then, of course, the final game is a week from Wednesday, 10 days' time, against Clayton State.
And if North Georgia were to win the rest of their games, you got to think Montevallo would have to beat North Georgia to be that 1 seed in the Peach Belt tournament.
Yeah, one of the reasons this game is a must-win for the Falcons is only separated by 1 game between them and North Georgia. So cannot slip up with North Georgia and Columbus State hot on our heels.
Right, and if Montevallo were to win out, we could see potentially the Falcons hosting the entire tournament. However, if Augusta were to lose, 2 more.
Yeah.
Or 3 more because they own the tiebreaker against.
We mentioned Sherrill and Augusta having a fantastic season. Tony Backus throws the ball away to Ja'Cory Payne, pulls up a 3 and misses it. Montevallo escapes. Coach Robert Moore is furious that his team cannot take advantage of that opportunity.
And really have forced a lot of turnovers here in the second half, but have yet to make a lot of points out of them. And haven't forced a lot of turnovers, but getting those few points there would really cut into this lead, and that's what Coach Moore is upset about. Team just unable to capitalize there, as you mentioned.
Douglas misses the first from the line.
That's his first miss today.
Knocks down the second, 15-point differential, 79-64.
He's got 29 today.
Marcus Dixon hasn't seen enough of the game as he would have liked due to foul trouble. Ryan Burnett travels.
Yeah, had a case of the happy feet there. Turned the ball over.
And maybe the pressure is starting to mount for the away team. It might be too much at this point. 15 points down with 2:23 remaining. Javonte Douglas, they trap him, they trap Backus. And Fuller gets them out of it. Javonte Douglas instructed by his coach to call a timeout. So a quick 30-second timeout with 2:14 remaining. After a slow-scoring start to the season and more low totals when Javonte Douglas was out, since then, especially at home, the Falcons have been putting on a huge show shooting-wise.
Yeah, I mean, and both teams really in that regard, 44% from the field for Columbus State and 45 from the three. Montevallo doing just a little bit better, 55% from the field and 44% from the three-point line. Montevallo shooting very, very well. Really the only thing that is negative for Montevallo is they're not boxing out on the defensive end enough, and they're relinquishing these offensive rebounds to Columbus State.
Jamar Taylor, tied against the baseline, has to pass it back out. Kevin Kelly goes around Burnett, 10 on the shot clock. Jamar Taylor driving, forcing space. Him and Douglas getting each other's way. Bactus can't get it to go, and eventually it pops out to Ja'Cory Payne, who's by himself. Michael Fuller has a trailing play for a steal, and maybe
Kevin
that was
Kelly,
getting in his head.
Kevin Kelly put himself in the perfect position to close off Payne and force that shot.
Feed down low to Jamar Taylor, and he slams it through for his 20th point of the game. Darius Joel. Columbus State down 17 with 90 seconds left. Looks to be a task too big right now. It looks like Montevallo will pick up an 11th win. They're on a bit of a winning streak if this final 74 seconds goes according to plan.
And on senior night, Javante Douglas fouls out. One rebound shy of getting that double-double, which would have been his 12th of the season. But nonetheless, an impressive performance for him tonight. 29 points to go along with 9 rebounds.
Gets a nice ovation from the fans who recognize what a threat he has been to opponents. 23.8 points a game, 11.7 rebounds per game. Both of those stats are conference leading stats. Even though he's only played for 1 year, he's been an absolute baller.
He's going to go down in history as arguably one of the best players ever here for Montevallo, and there's some big names: DJ Rivera, Teron Brown, in recent memory under Coach Young.
Unbelievable talent. Tony Bactus has the freedom of Montevallo to take down. Easy
Caught
bucket.
the defense napping there.
Yeah. Ja'Cory Payne answers on the
How
other
did he
end.
get that shot to go in?
Ja'Cory Payne, not the tallest player, only 5'9", but holds his own, similar to Kevin Kelly in that regard. What a pass, and almost a superb alley-oop for Jamar Taylor. Coach Young not too impressed with that. .43 seconds, and Taz Marbury is fouled.
Darius Joel is his 3rd personal foul for the game.
83-68, 42.4.
And Coach Young, a man of character, really trying to play with as much sportsmanship as he can, telling Taz not to try and throw the alley-oops like that. The game already in favor of Montevallo and up 83-68, so really no point in kind of showing off against Columbus State. And we saw Coach Young and Coach Moore talking beforehand, so we know these two have a friendship between each other and respect each other.
Yeah, Montevallo certainly wanting to leave the conference on good terms. And ovations for 2 more departing seniors, Kevin Kelly and Taz Marbury. They have also been dutiful servants to the Falcons basketball program. Kevin Kelly has come in leaps and bounds since he's been here.
He has. He is a scrappy defender and has really meant a lot to this Montevallo team.
Bucket by Vic Ellis. A bucket by Vic Ellis to trim the deficit to 13. 85-72 with 24 seconds to go.
And this is a great learning moment for the youngsters out here. Coach Young telling them that they need to call the timeout in that situation rather than just trying to force something.
13-point lead, 29 seconds on the clock. Josh Brownfield and Devin Jenkins are on. Coach Young not giving the subs any slack. Devin Jenkins getting an earful for his sloppy pass.
Almost Nick Saban-esque about Hannah Young using these moments as coaching moments to the young guys, never he never stops coaching, and that's why he's been so consistent throughout his years here at the program.
Bagtis out to Jamar Taylor, and the Falcons will look to hold for the final 5 seconds and take home yet another senior night victory, 85-72. It was an unbelievable performance from the Falcons, and on senior night, none more than Javonte Douglas.
And that's 5 wins in a row for this Montevallo team. A great way to end this season after the buzzer beater loss to North Georgia. Still have to play North Georgia at home and then have Clayton State, who they demolished here at home. So if Montevallo can win these final 2 games and close out with a 7-game win streak, they're going to be very dangerous heading into Peach Belt Conference play and possibly the NCAA tournament.
Montevallo lost 3 in a row earlier in the season, and one of those was to Columbus State. Montevallo now condemns Columbus State to their 3rd consecutive loss, has the chance to make an impact and repeat as conference champions. Gone for Columbus State.
And these are both really good teams. Montevallo just played better today, both very well coached. Columbus State could make a run in the tournament. We could see a matchup between these two. Columbus State could potentially probably be the 3rd or 4th seed, which Montevallo would probably be the 1 or 2.
Montevallo certainly helped their chances of hosting a quarterfinal here in 2 weeks with today's win. 5-game win streak, as you mentioned. Unbelievable performance in keeping the turnovers limited. That's something that's plagued Montevallo all season. They kept turnovers to a minimum.
Right, I believe the number was like 6 or 7 turnovers on the game for them, which is half of what we've seen them do this season. They're averaging about 14 per game. And Columbus State really didn't turn the ball over that much as well, averaging about 15 per game, only turned it over 8 times. So both teams very good in that regard.
Ja'Cory Payne had a fantastic day, but too many times he was carrying the team by himself.
Only one other player scoring a double digits, and that was Ryan Burnett. We saw some early highlights from Arbin Kamaj, but really couldn't do anything down the stretch to kind of lift this Columbus State team to tie the game or even take the lead. It was just too much from the 3 seniors in Montevallo, Jamar Taylor, Kevin Kelly, and Javonte Douglas. But there is one thing that Columbus State did well. They did grab 13 offensive boards.
Montevallo, though, shot lights out, 53% from the game. That's unbelievable. Very similar to how they shot the other night against Clayton State.
And 82% from the free throw line, shooting 28 times. That is a very good number for this Montevallo team, and that's part of why they're so much better this year than they were last year.
Such a good team defensively rebound. Besides offensive rebounds, what else do the Falcons need to work on? Because this is almost the finished project, it seems.
Well, still turnovers. I mean, they did good tonight, but we haven't seen that consistently all season. And toward the end of the game, we saw some like mental errors and some lazy turnovers. Got to continue to do that, and then really have rebounding is something we looked at all season long. Last year it was free throws. This year, it's the rebounding. So really have to have T. Goberg step up and Taylor Whitaker step up, because you know Javonte Douglas is going to grab around 10 rebounds a game. But still have to focus on the turnovers as well.
Massive game in midweek against North Georgia. We mentioned trying to get revenge for that loss. And it's very tight atop the conference standings, too. Even though they're 13-11, they're only 1 game behind in conference wins. Is it more of the same on Wednesday for Coach Young's side?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get the win. I mean, North Georgia came in here, had the buzzer beater against them not too long ago, so really got to avenge that and got to continue winning, and it's all about Javonte Douglas.
And it's a big thing, too. The Falcons have been turning earlier season losses into wins when they're refacing the teams, but this was a match that they can say, a lot of teams like the UNC Pembroke, we played them without Javonte Douglas. They lost earlier to Columbus State with Javonte Douglas. Today, Javonte was still there, but had a little bit of a different role. Kind of shared the ball more today, and it benefited the team.
Right, it did. I mean, there was 2 players that almost had 20 points, I mean, in Jamar Taylor and Kevin Kelly, and we really haven't seen that early on in the season. I mean, even when they had that 6-game win streak and were playing very well, but now it seems like all these players are clicking together and playing very well as a team.
And the Falcons, 22 points on the night from Javonte Douglas, but they lost, and he was the leading scorer. Tonight, 29 points for him. Shared the ball as well, got a double-double, his 12th of the season, and 19 points, as you mentioned, for Kevin Kelly, 18 for Jamar Taylor. So this Falcons team seems to be clicking at the right time, very similar to the team we saw last year.
Right, and there's still some things they're doing wrong, and we know Danny Young will work those out.
All right, that's all for us from Trustmark Arena. Montevallo are victors over Columbus State and advance to 17-7. That's the last home game, but if we make it to the Peach Belt quarterfinals and host, we will join you back in 2 weeks. Stay tuned on MontevalloFalcons.com. We'll go to a quick break and be back with Javonte Douglas. Night, 29 points. What did this mean to you today?
We was looking for a win. We needed a win to get sole place of first place in the conference. So I just did what my team needed. I know I was hot in the first half, and second half they played me a little better, but just did what the team needed.
You scored over 20 points in the game that y'all lost at Columbus. What was different this time around?
That was my first game back coming off an injury. So, I mean, after that game I got going, got my rhythm. I was in a little slump the past 2 games at free throw line, but other than that, I got it going.
This team has put 5 consecutive wins together, and it seems like everybody's clicking as a team. What is the team chemistry, and how positive are y'all going into North Georgia on Wednesday?
Very positive. I think everybody won it. Everybody want the younger guys want to see the seniors leave out with a championship, so they just doing what it takes.
Speaking of seniors, it was senior night. You had a fantastic day. What can you say about your fellow seniors?
They all played great, too. They was passionate on the floor the whole time. Kevin Kelly, Taz Marbury, they did what the team needed them to do. So,
what did Coach Young stress to y'all at halftime? Because it seems like y'all have been inconsistent in some games.
Just don't let up. At first, going into halftime, we all get back there and feel like we got the lead. Just like Georgia State, we had the lead. Or Georgia College, we had the lead, and we came out and played like Lackadaisical in the second half. But he just said, keep at them, keep the defense, keep the momentum.
How has it been playing in front of Trustmark Arena in your 1 year here? Because it seems like y'all are better at home.
Great. I mean, the fans are great. We got a good support system behind us. So,
what are the goals for the rest of the season? Are y'all trying to win the Peach Belt?
Oh, yeah, we're trying to win the Peach Belt. Trying to win the whole thing. Stay undefeated these last 2 games at North Georgia and Clayton, and going to the conference tournament.
All right, thanks, Javonte. Great game.
Thank you.
Great game, JJ. Appreciate it.
Well, that's all from Trustmark Arena as we show some final stats. Javonte Douglas had a 29-point game as the Montevallo Falcons knock off Columbus State Cougars for a 17th victory on the season, 17-7. 2 games left. You can catch all the action on MontevalloFalcons.com. And you might see us back here in 2 weeks from Trustmark Arena, depending on the seeding for the Peach Belt tournament. One thing is for sure, Montevallo and Javonte Douglas are on a hot streak right now, putting 5 together, 5 consecutive victories. For Wyatt Hall, I'm Alex Tejada, and thank you for enjoying Montevallo basketball with us today on the Montevallo For You YouTube page.